Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the School District of Waukesha's Board of Education Teaching and Learning Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. Beginning under general business this evening, Stacy, could you verify whether or not the meeting has been properly posted?
Yes, it has been.
Thank you very much. Next, under general business, we have Bright Lights. Lowell Elementary School is here to talk about their early childhood program. So I want to welcome Principal Ms. Pogorzelski, Principal at Lowell Elementary School. And if you could invite or introduce the guests that you have invited this evening, I'd appreciate that before we get going. Thank you very much for being here.
I would love to. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening and highlight some of the wonderful things that are happening at Lowell. And our topic tonight is the early childhood program. And while there are early childhood programs at some of the other amazing elementary schools, we're going to share with you tonight what makes Lowell so special. So with that, I would love to introduce Heather Lutke, who has been in this role for 8 years, and Allison Moon, who has been in the role for 10 years. So with that, they've put together a presentation that really describes the program and highlights the wonderful things that they're doing for children.
Okay, well, thank you for having us. Again, I'm Heather. I'm the Early Childhood Special Education classroom teacher at Lowell, and Allison has been my classroom assistant for 8 years, and we've moved together from White Rock over to Lowell, and are excited to share with you tonight what we do for our district's youngest learners. Just to give you a little background of how did early childhood come to be here in our district, I wanted to give you a little bit of a background in special education. Federally, we have a law called IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which outlines services that are to be provided from children from the time they're born until they're 21 years old. You know that our program starts at age 3, but we have a sister program that's governed by Part C of IDEA. Part C of our federal law says that children from the time they're born, if they are found to be developing differently or having a disability, they need to receive early intervention so that they can be the best people that they can be right from the start. That program is led by different agencies depending on which state you live in. In the state of Wisconsin, the Health and Human Services Department is in charge of providing those services to our state. Interestingly, in the state of Minnesota, the school districts actually start providing these services from the time children are born. Each state gets to pick who is their lead agency for early intervention services. But IDEA says that when children turn age 3, the school districts across our nation must take the lead in providing services to these same children if they're found to they're found to have a disability or developmental differences. And so that's where we come in. At age 3, if we find that children are eligible for special education services, it's our district's job to offer them services here in the school district of Waukesha. Interestingly, you know that to be eligible for 4-year-old kindergarten or 5-year-old kindergarten, you have to be 4 years old by September 1st or 5 years old by September 1st. But because these two parts of IDEA are sister programs, Birth to 3 ends on a child's third birthday, and early childhood special education begins on a child's third birthday. So my school year begins with about 6 kids in the classroom, and we end with a class roster of close to 20. Because as children turn 3 throughout the year and qualify for special education, they can join our class. So unlike the other teachers here in our district whose rosters tend to remain relatively steady, ours is always growing, so that's always exciting and always changing. In our district, we have 5 different models that provide early childhood special education. We have programs at Prairie. We have a bilingual and Spanish program at Higher. We have a program at Summit View, and of course there's our Lowell Leopard up there in the upper right-hand corner. And then we have something called Community Options. We have children in our district who are in daycares or other community preschools who have qualified for special education. And we have teachers and speech therapists and other therapists in our district who go out to those sites to serve those children who are in other places other than our school district buildings. But now we're going to talk about what's happening at Lowell. At Lowell, we have 2 different classrooms for early childhood services. We have the Early Childhood Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. Currently, it serves 6 students, and that is taught by Sheila Potasek and her assistant, Julie Meehan. The children in that classroom have a primary special need of hearing impairment. And then we are right next door, the Early Childhood Special Education class. Currently, we have 16 students in our class, and our students come 2 to 3 mornings or afternoons a week. And the largest group that we serve right now is 6 children at a time. And there's our staff who serve our classroom. There's myself and Allison. We have 2 different speech therapists who come into our classroom, Kelly Weiss-Galacki and Shelby Gatenko. And then we have Ellen Castle and Lisa Franz as our occupational and physical therapists who come to serve our kids. I wanted to walk you through our day, what we do in our classroom. The first thing, of course, is arrival. In many classrooms, when the kids get to school, you know, there's a rush to take off outerwear and backpacks and get ready for the day. But this is our day. We're not getting ready. We are doing it at this point. We have arrived and we are practicing. What does it look like to be a successful learner at Lowell? It starts by understanding what the expectation is when you get there. So we are practicing removing coats and hats and unpacking backpacks. And it's part of our day. It's not just getting ready for our day. This is part of what we're doing. Here you can see a university student that we just had finish with us today, working with one of our learners. And as soon as our kids are unpacked and ready to go on to the next step of our day, they move over to our whiteboard. It's our first pre-literacy opportunity of the day, where we have all the name tags of the children attending on the ground, and they need to find their name tag and hang it up. And all of our children are at different spots with everything that they're learning. Some of the children just have their name tag, and some of the kids, you can see the middle one there has a photo of that child there, because we're teaming the photo with the name so they can begin to recognize, hey, that name belongs to my special photo, that's me. So we're doing all different things for all different kids all the time. As we move through our day, our next step is our opening circle, when we practice group learning, which of course is a model that we use in lots of classrooms. We come together to learn, but our kids need to learn what that looks like and how to participate. We sing a hello song to help us learn the names of the friends in class. One of the things we do is actually learn to play. Once the kids go to 4-year-old kindergarten, they participate in play workshop. My students, especially students who might have autism spectrum disorder, do not understand play necessarily. We have to teach play. In fact, we went to the early childhood state conference 2 years ago and did a whole session on how to help kids learn how to play. So in this lower left-hand corner photo, you can see our kids learning how to play with dogs and how to feed pretend dogs and care for pretend dogs. Another section that we do during this time is encouraging literacy. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see the children doing some independent reading, selecting a book to read on their own. And in the lower right-hand corner, I'm reading a book to the group, because that's another skill, listening to the teacher instruct or read aloud. In the upper left-hand corner, we're doing a group activity. We're doing Ring Around the Rosie, which is very, very primary, but we're learning how to work with our friends, how to participate in a group learning experience, and it's been a great experience this last month doing that one. After we get done learning together, our children have the opportunity to explore everything that our classroom offers. The children can explore writing and coloring through the easel and painting there as well. The lower left-hand corner shows how we're practicing social skills, working with the other kids in our class. We're working on mathematical concepts in our sensory table by digging and scooping and dumping and studying quantity. And there's opportunities for gross motor movement and just exploration through all the toys that we have in our classroom. We also have a time during our day where the children come together with me or with Allison to do targeted pre-academic learning. We design activities for the kids, like most teachers do, and the children come and work with us at the table and participate in an activity that we've crafted, either to target general preschool benchmarks or to target specific IEP goals. You can see in the lower right-hand corner there's a little girl matching different colored dogs to different colored dog houses. In the center picture, there's some white bins in the front of that picture. The little boy featured there is making a dog, but he's following directions by using pictures as he goes, which is something we use a lot. Interestingly, all of the children in our classroom have language needs, and not just expressive language needs. The children in our class don't always understand spoken language, so we have to instruct and help our kids grow in their skills while we bypass language sometimes, and we teach through pictures. So that's complicated when you think about preschool, and you can't rely on language to teach. So we teach through visuals and pictures and actions that we do. So that's a very unique thing about our classroom, using pictures instead of words to teach. Our therapists, our occupational speech and physical therapists, come right to our classroom to provide services to our children. Our children do not leave our classroom. We have our therapists provide two different models of intervention. They provide structured therapy where they've designed a lesson to have their children participate in what they've crafted, and then our therapists all switch models and follow the lead of the children and find out what the kids are interested in doing that day, and then the therapists follow the kids and provide intervention through play. You can see in our upper left-hand corner photo, I love that one, that's our speech therapist sitting under the platform of our slide, working with one of our kids. But we just jump right in. Everything is play-based in our classroom, so our kids are learning through play, and their therapy is also done through play. We do continue to play. We have gross motor opportunities during our day. We do not go outside in the winter because our kids are not experts at self-dressing, and so by the time we'd get everybody's snow clothes on, we'd be having to come back in. So we have a wonderful motor room at our school where we can practice transitioning through the building, walking down the hallway. What does it look like to walk in a group to another location in the school? It's an important skill to have. We go down to the motor room and we play during rainy days or in the winter. But then you can see our toddler-sized playground that is unique to the Lowell Elementary School. Not all schools have a toddler-sized playground. We have that, and when we moved from White Rock Elementary to Lowell, we specifically asked the district to fence that playground in for us, which was done for us, because again, we're working with children who don't have receptive language as a strength, and we envision children leaving. We're on Grandview Avenue, and when our children run, they do not all know their names. They do not respond to stop, come back, and so we needed a secure place to play, so the district fenced in that playground for us, and we're very grateful for that. We have snack because, in preschool that is like the highlight of the day besides riding the bus. They love snack, and we maximize the opportunities that come with snack time. Our kids need to make requests. They need to learn to advocate for themselves, and so parents all send at least 2 snacks a day, and then we provide snack mats for our kids. So they're placemats, and they all have pictures on them. You can see the boy in the upper right-hand corner there. His 3 pictures. The one in red is a picture of himself. The middle one is a picture of a child eating. And then the green one's empty because he's got 2 movable pieces. He always has Goldfish or Cheerios. And he's got to pick which one he wants. And then he does not have any language at all at this point. And he points to the pictures. And so we can say, for instance, if his name was Paul, we'd say, Paul eats Cheerios. And he would point to those as we say his sentence. And then we'd give him a few Cheerios, and then we make him do it again to keep practicing. And that's one very highly motivating way we can help our kids learn to request. We do have a restroom time during our day, and I bring this up not because of any other reason than to tell you that we work with kids with developmental disabilities. And toilet training is also something that comes later when you're talking about kids with developmental disabilities, and it is the rare student that we serve who's actually toilet trained. So in our district, we are changing diapers, and we change a lot of them, and Allison, I think, is probably the fastest diaper changer in the West. She's really, really skilled at that. But so we do. So you think of school, you don't think of changing diapers, but it happens a lot, especially on our end of things. And we wind our day up with some music and movement. Again, our kids have very limited language, but we want them to have a voice in their education. And so we have one of those strips, like the snack mat said, Paul eats Cheerios. This strip that we use in this area says Heather plays, and then there's an empty spot, and the kids have a selection of songs that they can pick from. They change by the month depending on the season and the topic that we're talking about, and they learn which songs are their favorite, and they make selections, and then together we say Heather or Allison plays the pink song or the green song, or right now we're singing a song about cars, and we dance with. We've got pink scarves in the lower left picture. We've got some tambourines in the other picture. And this year, our PTO budget was spent on purchasing things to dance with during this time. So the pink scarves and the tambourines were part of the set of items we purchased with our PTO budget this year. So we dance and move and have a good time dancing to preschool songs towards the end of our day. And then we shift to our math lesson. Every day, everybody gets a chance to count. You can see the girl in the left-hand picture counting hearts. She's a girl who has some verbal language, and she will count along with us. But other children may not have the language, but they can move their finger and touch the items as we use our own voices to model the counting pattern. And other children have no idea what they're supposed to be doing, and so we will take their hand under ours and we will touch the items as we count. So that's one thing we do, and then we move on to our flannel board activity, which happens at the very end of our day, another math and social and literacy concept all wrapped up into one thing. This picture shows our kids singing a song called Five Little Olafs, because we did a unit on Frozen. And every verse of our song has one Olaf melting away, and the children have to take turns taking down the Olafs, but we count how many Olafs are left after each verse. So we're practicing social skills by taking turns, we're counting, and we're also singing, which is a pre-literacy skill at this point. The children in our class stay with us until they're eligible for 4-year-old kindergarten. Every once in a while we have a rare situation where a child might stay longer. We are legally allowed to keep children in our classroom until they are turn 6, but our practice, because we have 4-year-old kindergarten in our district, is to try and transition our students to 4-year-old kindergarten with special education support if needed at that point in time. And that is our day there, and I just want to tell you that it is quite an honor to be instructors for our very, very youngest learners in our district. We don't take that opportunity lightly. We are serving children with parents who can be very nervous about leaving their child with disabilities, with people they don't know, and they watch the news and they hear stories that scare them about what happens at school, and they know their child can't report back to them about what's happened during their day. They're dependent on us to report back to them. And so I have one foot in my classroom and educating my children, and I have another foot very invested on representing our district and just wanting parents to know that, you know, we are here for their kids, we love their kids, and to set our whole district up by being wonderful representatives for all the teachers who will receive these families next. And in fact, today, we received a phone call from a student we had 3 years ago whose mom just called out of the blue and said, I want you to see how much my child has grown. You are her first teacher, and I want you to come and see her. So it's just so exciting to watch our kids grow, and we're so thankful to have the opportunity to serve our district. And if you have any questions, we would love to answer those, and we'd also love to invite you to come see us at Lowell.
Great. Mr. Baumgart.
First of all, thank you very much for sharing this with us, because this does not get the recognition of some things that are maybe not even this important. I mean, this is tremendous, and
Thank you.
thank you for sharing that with us. A question, though, and you were about to get into it a little bit. I was going to ask you the question about how do you interact, and how do the parents interact with us? How do you interact with the parents and vice versa in terms of, do they take some of these studies back at home and do them? Things like that. Can you just share that with us?
That's a great question. So first of all, the way I build relationships with families is, our children are too young to just be let out of the car at the school. So parents bring their children to me or to Allison at the school door, and we build our relationships with families there. Every day at the end of the day, I give a summary, or Allison gives a summary of what we've done, why they have pink paint on their hands, or I send a boy home with glue on his face the other day. What did we do that caused this to happen? So we want to tell the parents what they've done. But your question about, do they take the lessons home? I do send a newsletter home every week with activities to do, but the one thing, parents ask that all the time, what can we do at home? And I like to tell parents, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of teachers and therapists involved in your kids' lives, but there's only one mom and dad. And you are their teachers, but they learn through play. They learn through hearing you speak to them, reading through them. And we encourage parents of our students to just play with their kids and spend time with their kids. There's a lot of teachers and a lot of therapists, but there's only one set of parents. So you be parents and let us be your kids' teachers, and together we make a great team.
Thank you, that makes some sense.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Anything else? Well, we do encourage
Do you still have the peer model within the district?
We
Peer
do-
mentor model?
We do not have the peer model. Patty, did you want to speak to that at all, the peer model?
Sounds like you want me to.
Only if you want to.
We had peer models when I first started, but I think that was only for the first 2 years.
Is this one on?
It is.
Okay. Yes, historically, we used to provide children who were typically developing in those classrooms as peer models for the other children. And what we find now is that we do have the 4K opportunity, which provides peer models for some of our students who are more skillful, who can participate in a less restrictive environment. They don't go to Heather's classroom. Heather's classroom would be one of our more restrictive placements for children this age. Our 4K classroom at Summit View and our 4K classroom at Higher are places where we consider them to be multi-age classrooms, and we have our 3-year-olds with IEPs who are ready for that kind of context with peers participating in those classrooms.
Yeah. I understand that with the 4K. I guess I know a lot of kids that went through as peer mentors.
Yeah.
And that widened their view in working with all kids at a very young age, and it had a huge impact on those students that were the peer mentors as well. I mean, I think they felt like they received more than they actually gave back. So I do understand it, but I just didn't know if it existed or not still at this point, so.
Yeah, we don't continue to maintain that model.
Okay. A lot of kids benefited, but I get it, so, with 4K. Yep.
Just real quick, do you have any activities where you pull all the families together and the parents get to meet one another and there's that sort of dynamic going on?
Yep, yes. That was a little bit more restricted with our COVID situation, but did we go to the pumpkin farm this year? Yeah, okay, so we offer our own version of field trips. Our kids have very different schedules, so you might think of a classroom going on a field trip and all the students are there on that particular day, and you can easily put everybody on a bus and go to the zoo or whatever you're going to do.
You're just 2 mornings a week, was it?
Well, I have kids every 5 mornings and 4 afternoons, but they're different kids. So
Yeah,
to say...
yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
different
to
groups,
say
yes.
that field trip will be on Wednesday morning, boy, I've got my Wednesday morning kids, but I don't have my
Yeah.
Tuesday kids. So we invite our families to join us at a community experience. And parents are asked to bring their children, and that's how our parents can meet each other and visit with one another. But it is also interesting just to see the relationships that develop at the door as our parents wait together to pick up their children or to drop off their children. I had one mom wait for another mom in the parking lot the other day until I was finished speaking with one mom because she wanted to connect with that other kiddo's mother. But yeah.
I would think that connection, the parent connection, is really important for the parents and the children. So, yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
Well, thank you for having us.
Yes.
Please feel free to
Very
come
nice overview. We
visit
really
us.
appreciate it. And
You're welcome.
I can tell how much you enjoy your work every
I
single
do.
day, both of you. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much
for the
being here.
opportunity. Thank you. Right at the top. No, yep.
Next, under general business, we are now at the portion of our meeting where we have public comment, an opportunity for our citizens to speak this evening. Each individual, since we have less than 6 speakers, will have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to speak, and be notified at 3 minutes. We expect all speakers to honor our time limit and refrain from using any inappropriate language in any manner, and to be respectful in their comments. Speakers who do not meet these expectations may be prohibited from speaking at future board or committee meetings. We also expect the audience to be respectful of the speaker and of the Board of Education and refrain from responding with verbal comments, cheering, applause, or other behavior that may distract from the meeting. Please note that no obstructions can be created between the board and the audience, and that the area behind the speaker and podium will be clear during public comment. Also, in order to respect our speakers and meeting participants this evening, please silence your cell phones if you have not done so. Speakers are here to address the Board of Education and not the audience. Tonight we have 5 speakers that have signed up to share their thoughts with us this evening. And the first one is Mitzi Keetle. Welcome, Mitzi.
Thank you. Milwaukee NPR on August 23, 2021, reported that the Waukesha County Food Pantry Executive Director Karen Treadwell spoke strongly of the need for all students to have the benefit of breakfast and lunch without cost. She noted that in the 2021 school year, when meals were free for all, participation in the lunch program increased by 37%, and breakfast participation increased by 136%. Further, she pointed out that not only the kids benefit, but there is not a positive benefit to taxpayers if we don't participate. I am speaking in support of breakfast being offered at all schools, as this board has previously voted. When that vote occurred, nobody was talking about, oh, I thought I was voting for this, or, oh, I thought it meant that. CFO Darren Clark has commented about not wanting families to become dependent on free meals and fears of a slow addiction to this service. Others have held that if you can afford to feed your families, you should. I grew up with that same mindset. My question is, how do you know who those people are? COVID and inflation continues to take a toll on business profits, worker pay, food, gas, you name it. You make a big deal about filling out the free and reduced forms, and for building principles for not letting anyone fall through the cracks. Families who don't qualify for those parameters are often food insecure because of the costs of other needs in their families. How much else do you want to task your principals with? And actually, kids get pretty good at hiding those food needs because of the stigma attached to it. You are not listening to community advocates and people on the ground. I believe this is rooted in deeper issues about the role of government and stereotypes about people not standing up on their own. That is bias. That is arrogant, and it's a disservice to the students in this district. I believe you did not intend any kind of harm in that. But that does not negate that impact. Fully institute the breakfast offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitzi. Next this evening, Diane Voigt. Welcome, Diane.
Hi. The merger of Hatfield and Whittier is not on the agenda tonight. I had thought, after hearing the concerns of 6 during public comments at the February 1 Teaching and Learning meeting, that it would be an important topic of discussion before the proposed vote at next week's board meeting. Many voiced serious concerns that this decision seems too rushed, with first notification at the very end of January. Our budget problems are not going away, but if we take the time to do this merger thoughtfully, hopefully we can avoid many of the mistakes that have been made with previous closures. If our goal is improved learning opportunities for all our students, that is far more important than saving less than $900,000 with a closure decision next week. Last month, this committee did hear the semi-annual report about the Achievement Gap Reduction Grant at Whittier. Mrs. Hart shared that the strategy chosen to reduce the achievement gap is the use of smaller classroom sizes of 18 or less for grades K to 3. Smaller class sizes are a proven strategy to reduce the achievement gap. Whittier is not at capacity, which allows the space to let students learn in smaller classrooms. With the merger, staffing is projected with classes of 22 or more. I attended the February 24th listening session, and I was quite impressed with the teaching and learning plan that was presented, with a focus on learning and doing. In just 4 weeks, the two principals, Mrs. Brandy Hart and Mr. Mike Elliott, have worked collaboratively to create a new learn by doing model for the combined schools. According to the slide, experiential learning is the process of learning by doing. Hands-on experiences will help our learners to better connect classroom learning to real-world situations. Children love to touch. Okay. Children love to touch, to build, to create, and to be engaged. I ask you to delay the closure for 1 year and give them time as educators to refine this vision and test their successes with the students. They want to pilot literacy strategies, allowing more time for phonics. Let them pilot the increased phonics minutes for universal instruction and develop strategy groups to strategically meet the needs of the students. Let them enhance authentic opportunities for reading, writing, inquiry, and practice phonics while learning. They want to pilot bridges for improved math instruction with a text to follow for organized mini lessons, small group work, and then hands-on activities. Can they use ESSER funds to pilot bridges at both schools next year? If we delay the closure vote, we could allow the staff to pilot all these strategies and collaborate as 2 separate staffs with the goal of becoming one next year. I could see the merged Hatfield year becoming a magnet school that parents would want to choose to send their students to for the 2023 and 2024 school year. Could we use ESSER funds to implement the suggested wraparound before and after school programs this fall, even if Whittier doesn't get the grant that they've applied for? With a year for transition, could we make the needed playground improvements? Because so much can be learned through play. If you rush this decision, I fear parents will be forced to choose nearby private schools as options due to the transportation expectations. My church, St. Luke's Lutheran next to the library, was first a partner with Saratoga until their closure. We followed the students and became partners supporting Whittier through the very difficult years that followed that merger process. As a regular volunteer at Whittier, I can tell you that I've seen such amazing improvement over the last few years. You know, I hate to see that have to end because of this decision for closure. Let us learn from the mistakes of the past so we do not repeat them. Let's delay the closure by a year and give the staff and administration time to develop a better plan that can prove to be a positive experience for all involved.
Thank you, Diane. Next this evening, Dave Richmond. Welcome, Dave.
Good evening. Want to first thank the Lowell group for coming in and talking about early childhood. Means a lot. Whittier and Hatfield, I've had the chance to attend some of the listening sessions, and the parental support that has shown there has really has brought to light a lot of issues that I think are there. I realize this is a committee meeting, but times are limited before the vote. As I've stated at a previous meeting, vote no. Delay it for a year. The arguments have been made. I encourage board members that are here tonight and listening elsewhere to take the opportunity to listen to the opportunities that have been laid out to delay it for a year because of additional cost. The cost savings have been projected at $900,000. But there's also all these other projects that need to get done, which will, let's be honest, probably top over $500,000. Which at this point now you're looking at a $400,000 savings, and we're not even getting into some of the additional programs. What the two principals were able to present at the last meeting was phenomenal. Great job. Imagine what they can do in a full year in getting their staffs involved. So I really want to encourage the board to listen to members of the community, not come in with preconceived notions of what they need to do, and not throw up the arms because of budget issues. Budget issues are coming. Yes, I understand that, but we're not deathly poor here in Waukesha. 2 years ago, there was $300 million in reserves. Now, not all of that is meant for, it's meant for a lot of different items, but there is money there. There is ESSER funds, which are available. Again, they're one time only, but they'd be able to buy time and be able to put strong plans together. And this includes not only the Hatfield and Whittier closing, this also would include remapping out Waukesha to set ourselves up for success going forward. I talked at a couple of times, and some things came up. A couple of items came up. People, rush timeline, transparency. The other couple of things that came up is, well, we've always done it this way. That's unacceptable. We've always done it this way. Throw that all out the window. I, as a community member, and I'm sure all those parents, don't care what was done in 2018. They want to know what's being done now to make changes and make effective. Again, I encourage the board to listen to members of the community and find a solution that does not cause the rush combination of Whittier and Hatfield. Yesterday, the
2 minutes.
DPI announced that Wisconsin has received $17 million to help school district purchase food for school lunch programs. Trying not to be sarcastic here, but I'm guessing not a phone call was made yesterday or today. Maybe I'm wrong, prove me wrong. It is only $5,000, but Waukesha is not too proud to ask for that $5,000. And nor should Waukesha be too proud to acknowledge the fact that our CFO has decided, I don't need to ask for the federal money, and I'm giving up $325,000, which is federal funding. It isn't off the local tax base. $325,000 have been lost in dollars. We're still talking about the lunch program. It's amazing on how quickly some things have been fast-tracked, and other things we're dragging our feet on. It's amazing that nothing has been done with the survey going out to the parents and this whole SSO program and all the BS that was stated in here was uncalled for. Because at some point people will come accustomed to this. That's my fear. That's the slow addiction of this service. That's your CFO
30 seconds.
also showing that he just didn't feel like it was that much of a rush for him. But yet he can bring in athletic directors to talk about school issues, about the fun stuff. Deal with the things at hand, and you did vote as a board 5-4. I encourage you, get off your hands, get this implemented. Yeah, there's only 2 months left. It's amazing. You guys have delayed the whole breakfast for all students till the last possible moment. So congratulations. Thank you.
Your time.
Thank you, Dave. Next speaker this evening, Samuel D'Amico. Welcome, Samuel.
Tonight, I'd like to address you all on two recent issues within our school district. Number one, I oppose the Whittier-Hatfield closure plan, as I'm sure all of you know, yet it's likely to pass. Now, my question is, why hasn't this been included on the agenda tonight for TNL? We understand that this issue is an instructional one and financial, not just one or the other. A large part of this merging plan will be, how do these two schools operate as one? That's something we haven't heard the answer to, except from a 15-minute presentation from the two principals, Mike Elliott and Brandy Hart, at the last listening session on the 24th, which only had around 40 people in attendance at most. So the vast majority of parents, teachers, and even the TNL committee have no idea about the specifics of this merger in terms of instruction. And yet, board members are expected to vote on an issue. None of you will know what would happen if you vote yes. We were told that English phonics would get more time and math would change. That's not a plan on how we move forward. Number two, here's a comment I have from the last F&F committee, which I will reiterate on the 7th. You cannot interpret a motion. You must vote on how the motion was presented. Not what you want it to be, not what you thought it was, not what you took it to be. The motion to approve the SSO lunch program stated that all children would get free breakfast and lunch, and had no mention of how our plan had operated in the past. It was irrelevant at that point. You all voted on that motion, not on the motion you wanted to hear. So, Mr. Como, I found it interesting, at the last F&F meeting, you stated, and I quote, "That's not what I thought." Then you should have asked those questions and made sure that the lunch program you were voting for had left out 8 schools, if that's what you assumed the motion was. Here's an issue that ties both of these problems together. Administration has a recommendation for you 5 to vote on March 9th, a plan that will save the district $900,000. Well, at the same time, we are losing $350,000 because we have neglected to provide breakfast to 8 elementary schools. If we want to blow hot air about managing finances of the district responsibly, we should start there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Our final speaker this evening, Paul Brees. Welcome, Paul.
Good evening. I believe I must to describe myself as a fundamental Christian. I believe that Jesus Christ came and died for my sins so that I might have eternal life. I believe that this is the inspired word of God and that he gave it to me to teach me how to live my life, to try to live my life better. I believe that he is the only one that's perfect and that I could never live up to his idea of what humanity should have been. Now, when I read this, and I want to read some of it, I have to come up with it, that I come with certain assumptions, that certain dispositions that I possess for living in this time. This was written 2,000 years ago to a different people. I came up with an analogy to describe how we draw assumptions. Let's say I'm going to Europe this summer. I'm going to go to Calais, to Normandy, to Bastogne, to the Ardennes, and you might assume, well, he sounds like he's a World War II buff. Pretty interesting, we're going to go to World War II spots. Except my assumption was, how did I get there? Today, you would assume that I flew, and that would be a natural assumption we make on culture. A couple hundred years ago, you would assume that I took a ship. So when things are presented, when Christ talks to people, there are certain assumptions he's making. So how do we know what assumptions he's making, who he's talking to? Because he was talking to Jews. Well, all we have to do is go to the beginning and see who they are and what they were talking about. So right off in Genesis chapter 1, verse 29, God said, I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food. So God is deciding right off the bat. He just created man in 27, and by 29, he's telling us what we're going to eat and how we're going to eat it. And then he puts him in a garden, and he says that there's only one thing you can't eat. You cannot eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, why does God do that? Because some people say, well, this is free will. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't believe that. I think God is setting his authority. They had everything at their beckoning call. They had no authority. They were given authority over everything. Finally, someone had authority over them. And then he said, then they went and they ate of that fruit. And they took and they ate and against God's will. And God cursed Adam. He said, Adam, cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil, you will eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field, but by the sweat of your brow you will eat the food until you return to the ground. Since from it you were taken, from dust you are, to dust you will return. So Christ understood these things, and then we can go into the law and what the law said, and the law gets really into food and what it is. We can go into the book of Ruth, and it talks about gleaning, and what gleaning was for how you fed the poor. Because these were poor people, and they didn't just give people food, they had to go get their food. It was what was left behind. It was considered the sweat of their brow, they would go get it. And then I'm going to jump into Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, where Paul, I think he could qualify as a knowledgeable person, was talking in his letter to the Thessalonians, the second one, chapter 3, verse 10. For even when we were with you, we gave you this rule. If a man will not work, he shall not eat. We hear that some among you are idle, that you are not busy. They are busybodies. Such people we command you urge in the Lord Jesus Christ to settle down and earn your bread they eat.
30 seconds.
These are the fundamental things I believe. That if I'm able to work, then I go work and I eat for my production. When Christ is talking about the poor and giving to the poor, they were the blind, they were the lame, they were unable to produce for themselves. That's who he was talking about. But I am commanded by the sweat of my brow, I shall eat, and I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We are moving on to our action items this evening. The first action item is the approval of the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting minutes from our February 1st, 2022 meeting. Mr. Baumgart. Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. Dr. Piasek. It's been motioned and seconded to approve the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting minutes from February 1st, 2022. Any discussion, questions, corrections? Mr. Como.
Just real quick, I will abstain because I wasn't at the meeting, so.
Yep. Anything else regarding the minutes? Okay, with that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes, Stacy, 4-0.
Abstain.
And one abstention. Yep. Okay, thank you. The next item this evening, we have the approval of some overnight field trip requests. One is from North High School Marching Band, and one is from Horning Middle School. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Landish, and maybe she can set the stage for us moving forward on this particular action item.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. I know Mr. Battersby and Mr. Riley are here tonight. If you have any questions, this will be a little bit easier than last month's conversation about international trips. These are pretty standard, and I guess I shouldn't assume the word standard, but these are just really great opportunities that have happened for a long time in our district, both for the North Band as well as the middle school Washington DC trip. I guess the only thing I want to publicly note is that the North Marching Band trip, you originally approved that trip, which the original destination was Washington DC. That was scheduled for July of '22. So Mr. Battersby can certainly speak to the decision-making on the super regional, but this is something also that we've done with Bands of America back to my time as principal there. So the new and improved trip is to Indianapolis in October. Maybe we'll take that separate because I see him at the podium here, and then we'll go on to the rather traditional post-eighth grade Washington DC trip.
Sure.
So, thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
I just open it up, I guess, if the board has any questions on the application materials at all.
Can you just clarify, Jody, what you meant by the July, but this is not changing the July trip?
It is, yeah.
It is, this is instead of?
Yeah, the situation was when restrictions were starting to ramp up in Washington DC as far as vaccination requirements. I asked my administration at North if we could anonymously survey our families to make sure that everyone who said they were going on the trip was still down to go on the trip. And given the statistics, we had to pull out of it for the success of our band and representation of our community. And so this is a backup option for that would still be a good vehicle for us this upcoming season.
Can I just clarify the dates then?
Yes.
It's October of this year?
Correct. So a pretty quick turnaround.
Maybe I
Wait, no, I'm sorry,
misunderstood.
next year.
Yeah, it says next year.
It says
Oh, it is 2022. I'm sorry.
2022 on the.
Yeah, you're right.
22, okay, yeah.
It should be 23.
22, 23.
No, it is 22. It is 22.
Thank you. I made this mistake last month too. I forgot what year it was, but the trip itself is.
I'm right there with you. It's okay.
Next school year, yeah, okay, 22, 23, yeah.
I'll figure it out eventually.
Mr. Como?
I just had a really quick question. I think it's probably a pretty easy answer.
Sure.
Bands of America travel contract, so the fourth physical page in our packet. Is this sent to parents to fill out?
Yes.
It's not sent to the children to give to their parents kind of thing? It's
Directly to the families.
Okay, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Couldn't quite tell with the information, but I
Sure.
want to be on the safe side there.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for clarification? Be looking for a motion then? Mr. Baumgart?
I'll move for approval of the North High School Marching Band trip to Indianapolis on October 21 through 23rd of the year 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Roddy. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes, Stacy, 5-0.
Go North Stars.
Yay.
Thank you.
Yes. And then our second field trip that we're considering this evening is Horning Middle School going to Washington, D.C. And that we've been doing for years, Ms. Landish.
Yeah, Dave's on his way in, he's in the waiting room here, so, but yeah, pretty standard.
Welcome,
Mr.
Dave.
Riley, welcome.
Anything you'd want to say before we entertain questions or comments?
Not really. I'm kind of a veteran for this one, so just
Yeah.
like to get the routine up again and get the tradition of the post-eighth grade trip started up again with Horning, so.
Sounds good. Mr. Como?
Just a real quick question. Dave, in the past, has the chaperone ratio been 10 to 1? Is that?
Yes.
And you found that adequate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, lots of times we'll have like help on site with bus drivers and with the tour company. They provide support as well, but never had any issues.
And so my assumption is the range of students is between 30 and 50, and as you add them, you'll add the chaperones appropriately? Okay. All right, fair enough.
That's good. Dr. Piasek?
Is this the same travel agency that you've used in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give me a sense for how many kids, or how much of the fundraising is actually contributing toward the trip?
It really varies a lot from student to student. In some cases, it's almost the entire trip. So far this year, just this past week, we did like a $900 deposit just based on fundraising alone.
Yeah.
So if a kid does all the fundraisers we offer and they put in the time, they can make a really big dent in their total cost. And for other families, it's like, oh, for Christmas, instead of getting a gift, we're gonna like send on a trip for DC. So it really just depends on each individual family, but it can be quite a bit.
I mean, in principle, I think this is a wonderful experience for families and students who want to participate. And $1,300 is a huge amount of money to ask for some people. But,
What's that? Yeah, and we start fundraising way at the beginning of the year, and they have a bunch of different options throughout the year to try to, we realize that, to try to make it more manageable, and we work with families for different ideas that they have for fundraising, anything that they want to do. And there's been a new push for like the Fund My Travel, kind of like GoFundMe pages that they kind of built in just for donating for a specific purpose like that. That has been really helpful too. But yeah, we realize, but we do everything we can to make it more or as manageable as possible. Yeah.
Did you do the night tour there?
What's that?
Did you ever do a night tour in Washington?
We've done a few night tours.
Those are amazing.
My favorite is the Air Force Memorial at nighttime. Like it's something else with the lights and going out there at night. We try to work in that as well. It's definitely like a jam-packed itinerary. We don't spend a lot of course, they just want to like, oh, can we spend time in the hotel? It's like, no, we're here to see the stuff that's here in DC. So we jam-pack the itinerary for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you get a whole different perspective of the monuments and different attractions when you view it at night. You really do, so thank you. Any further questions or comments? Okay, be looking for a motion. Mr. Como.
Yeah, I move approval of the Horny Middle School Washington DC trip post-eighth grade for June 15th, 2023 through June 18th, 2023.
Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Roddy, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Yep. Our next action item this evening is the approval of ESSER Learning Recovery Plan. And we have Jody Landis, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, here to introduce this topic and move us forward.
Thank you. So, yes, last month at the full board meeting, it was suggested that rather than bringing several of these items sort of one by one to F&F for approval, that we really should be looking at a comprehensive strategic plan overall to use specifically with our learning loss funds. And so I know I gave you a lot in your packet on Friday to look at, both from just a slide deck perspective, but also really the granular details of the line item pricing and things like that. So I'm not going to get into the weeds about the pricing with things unless you guys certainly have questions. I'd be happy to answer that. I'm going to give the high-level overview and really try to paint a big picture about where we want to focus our money intentionally in the area of academics. So the first slide here goes over the actual purpose of the funds. And so basically, the law is stating that we reserve, as mentioned, at least 20% of our ESSER funding to be used in the three following areas. And I think it's important for me to read out loud these areas. So the first area is that we look at addressing the academic impact of lost instructional time, and that be used through the implementation of evidence-based interventions. The second area is that we ensure that the interventions implemented are responding to students' social, emotional, mental health, and academic needs. And third, that it addresses the disproportionate impact of COVID on students from low-income backgrounds, students of color, students with disabilities, our multilingual learners, our migratory students, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care. So those are the three areas that the Section 2001 of the ARP Act requires. So that's what we're looking at, again, with at least 20% of our funding. So what I've tried to do for you is outline sort of the general buckets and areas of focus that we want to tailor our projected costs. And so the next two slides really detail the areas, both in year one and year two, that we're outlining the projected cost to be spread out in these areas. These areas were first identified as a U.S. Department of Education recommended areas, as well as areas that are DPI supported. So I'll get into this in the next few slides, but there are certain requirements that the law makes you adhere to in order to get the funding. And so these areas of focus that we are looking at in general in Waukesha are in the area of acceleration for students, the area of tutoring for students, the area of summer school programming, the area of social and emotional support, the area of our dual enrollment programs, teacher training specifically, and then I did make mention of this, and I should. I made some tweaks to the presentation. If you're looking at a hard copy from Friday's packet, I'll ask that you refer to the board docs document that is the most updated copy. Number 7 is actually defined as standards aligned, instructional materials, and professional learning. Again, that is a DPI supported category, and it much better represents anyway where the high quality material expenditures are going. So those are the amounts in year one in terms of overall projections. You'll see that the year one expenditures are roughly coming in at 3.2. So again, $3,278,150.39, which is about 30% of our ESSER 3 total in general. We're looking at, I think, about 10.2 million. And my colleagues, please jump in if I misspeak on any of my projections here. On the year two slide, the 2-year projections, you'll see the same exact categories. Some of the areas fall off simply because we've made total purchases in year one. But as you can see, some of the other areas will continue to need that funding in the second year. And again, the second year projections would total $2,125,276.73 for the year two expenditures. So really, this board is considering tonight the total over 2 years being $5,557,400, am I saying this right? $427.12. Clearly, I don't operate in this world with this many numbers. So about, again, to average the 5.5 million, which would certainly be well over the minimum of the 20% that the law requires. So getting into the areas, I thought too, Kelly, thank you for this. This is a great suggestion. Like, I'm trying to give you a broad picture of what grade levels are impacted. And so this really was the best way to kind of do that. So the chart on top shows the real specific areas of purchases that are being requested and recommended. The first one, for example, is the Erla and the Anil that the board actually already said yes to last month, so that was our assessment adoption that we said yes to. So the example on that were, who are the kids impacted by that purchase? It runs the gamut from 4K all the way down to 8th grade. So you'll see as you go across, the leveled literacy interventions impact 4K through 8th. And so you can see as you go really what grade levels we're targeting, as well as by the purchase. So when I do say that this is a K-12 priority, it really truly is a K-12 priority. There's a lot, I think, in the early intervention land with early primary grades for elementary. But as you can see, even on the second slide, it really runs the gamut across middle level and even high school when we get into the dual enrollment opportunities for our high school learners. So I think that's really important, right, as a parent or anybody to know that, like, no matter where my child is in the system, they're going to feel a positive impact by these purchases and these focus areas. So again, just broad perspective, and jump in at any time, otherwise I'll just kind of go through. In the area of acceleration, the Erla and Anil, as mentioned, was currently approved. So we're looking at 3 areas in particular. We're looking at the leveled literacy interventions. These are intervention kits in the area of our literacy achievement for students who are not meeting current grade level expectations. We have LLI kits currently in the system, but we're not equalized with the amount that every school has what they need at every grade level. And so this will allow us to achieve the equitable status that all of our elementaries will have an equal amount of kits at the amount of the grade level needed. The decodable text is something that we have not been able to purchase. We've slowly been able to purchase, and so this would allow us at the kindergarten and first grade level to have the decodable text used in small groups and independent reading levels that would again flourish at all of our elementaries. Mind you, when we say elementaries, we're talking 13 physical buildings that we're trying to implement things in. Our math recovery assessments is another area that our kits would be considered a part of acceleration in math. So again, the focus here is on math and literacy at the earlier learning levels. In the area of tutoring, tutoring is considered, you know, we think like having at the high school level, maybe like a classroom tutor, one-on-one. It's considered by definition or according to the Department of Ed, like small group or one-on-one tutoring or very small groups. So again, reading recovery is not new in the district. It's something we have had. It touches our first graders only, but this would allow us to train up more staff in the area of reading recovery, which is highly specific, prescriptive, and expensive. And it would allow us to train up people in this area and really saturate for 2 years the level of trainers so we can continue to impact more students at this level. Same thing with the literacy lessons. I did put leveled literacy here too, because the model of that is both the acceleration and its actual small group, so it kind of goes into both categories in terms of how we code it in the system. AVID in our system, we use tutoring. Oh, go ahead, Bill.
I wanted to ask about that because it was on an earlier slide too. Maybe if you just describe what you're talking about, AVID tutors, are you talking about throughout the entire, not the, I forgot the words.
The tutorials?
Yeah.
Right, so the AVID tutors on the updated board docs, this is for our middle school and high school level. Yes, and avid tutors come during tutorials, but they also do come at other times to help with the avid elective.
Are these our employees?
No, I mean,
Okay, they're coming,
they eventually are when they go through the background check, but like I look, there's some people in the audience here who are not employed by the school district that are actually tutors for us.
okay,
So,
thank you.
Yes.
That's where I was stuck.
yes. So we usually, right, pre-pandemic, even post, I guess, or during, we have allocated about $42,000 annually. We always would like to have more money in that pot for tutors. If possible, that would be the ideal. And as we come up out of the upswing of COVID, we hope to beef up the area of tutors and having people come back into our buildings and working one-on-one with our students.
Thank you.
Jody?
Yes.
Would you mind a question on this before we move on to some other
Let's do it.
topics?
Absolutely.
Just a question back on the LLI piece. I mean, there's, literacy programs seem like they're a dime a dozen. And it sounds like we already have some evidence in our district that the LLI piece that you want to scale up is working. Do we have good data that shows that where we have it applied, we're getting the outcomes we expect to get?
I would say, generally, I definitely would not recommend, I appreciate the comment, I get it. I definitely would not come to you with a recommendation about scaling this up if I knew it wasn't working with kids and that truly our teachers and our principals are seeing the impact. We have had principals knocking on the door of teaching and learning saying, if you don't buy us this next kit for this next grade level, I have to ask my PTO because we absolutely need it. So I don't have the data in front of me, but it certainly could be something I could bring back to the board to show, again, right, what we're always trying to show is that direct return on investment for like what we're putting in the hands of kids.
And I'm not questioning judgment or expertise at all. It's really just, are we scaling because we already have it? Or are we scaling because it's the best thing?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, no. And I would say right now, it's both. We're seeing evidence of increased results, and we want to scale it because we need to, because there's a disparity currently.
Yeah.
We haven't had the money to go all in at all of the schools, at all of the grade levels. So it's been part and parcel.
I really do think this is in the spirit of what this money is intended for. But these are resources that will persist well beyond these investments, right?
Yes, yes.
Plus, Ms. Landish, like the running records that are used to advance from, level to level within the LLI system, are well-known universally throughout our system, and teachers have been trained in those, and obviously, if they didn't feel that they were working, we'd be knowing about that, or you'd be hearing about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, yes, running record assessments are always a work in progress. We've used that for years, but that is an area, and I will touch on that a little bit later too, that is an area that is, we continue to look at in terms of the way we do formatively assess kids in the system. And so I just want to be clear that although we've perhaps used something for a while, doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to look at anything else. So we definitely do need to be driven by our data, and we need to be responsive not only to what the kids need, but the teacher experts in the room give us a lot of feedback about what they need to. And so we really want to be wide open to looking at all perspectives there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so we move on to summer school programming. We, again, have always wanted to expand what we think, and Amy Rebel has done such a fine job with summer school over the years in our system, really getting it to the point where it is now. But there still have been some barriers to what ideas we have had to do, simply because we financially have not been able to commit to that. So one of the ideas would be that we do have community bus stops in the system. Currently, we provide no transportation for any child who needs or wants to go to summer school. So this proposal would suggest that we could have, and again, the number could be more, it could be less, but we would have 3 community stops in the system. Yvonne from Transportation says that one bus cost $5,640.91. That's with a 72 student capacity. So I just put on there that if we recommended 3 stops, the cost would be that $16,922. But again, if we decide we need or want 4, because we're trying to broaden the reach, things like that, we could certainly do that. This would be a perfect revenue source to do that. Avid Excel is another way. The Summer Bridge program, which we tried out last year for the first time, really had success with some targeted middle school bilingual students, and so that was the cost to run that. So we would want to do that for at least 2 years, because we're always wondering if we can or cannot. And this is, again, a group that is targeted by these monies. And then just in general, math materials and literacy resources. I don't have the specific requisitions in front of you for that in Friday's packet, but again, on average, just to purchase better supplemental materials for summer school would be about $10,000. In the area of social, yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Just a simple clarification question. Is this community stops? Is that one bus making 3 stops, like literal stops, or is that 3 different routes? Because we have multiple elementary summer school locations.
Good question. So it's $5,640 a bus, a bus. So we could either we could do so many things, right? When I originally asked her, it's like, how do I have a bus, for example, at Whittier? Or how do I have a bus at Hadfield, or how do I have a bus at, a middle school location? Because we have 6 sites currently that we're using for summer school. So we would just want to route strategically once we start getting like our enrollment numbers back in. But it would be, a community stop would be like they have to either walk or get to that spot to get to the school.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything to that, Joe?
I was just going to say, the nice thing about the summer busing is that it's relatively inexpensive in the grand scheme of things for the 3.5 weeks-ish that we run the summer school. So if there ever needed to be expansion, if we had a ton of interest, it'd be something that we could certainly accommodate.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so as we move along to the evidence-based social and emotional learning, we have 2 areas here that we want to focus on for the next 2 years. In fact, the Care Solace monies takes us actually through 3 years of mental health services for our kids and families. But PlayWorks in particular, just to describe, and Heather, I think, made mention a few times tonight, PlayWorks in general is, and you've seen probably our junior coaches come here and do presentations, for those of you that have been on the board over the years. The basic, in simple terms, is that it is a conflict resolution program, if you will, that allows children to start helping each other make decisions and solve their own problems. And the data on this, you ask about data, Kelly, the data on this since implementation is huge in terms of not just kids feeling better about themselves, but the less bullying behavior that we see in these schools that are implementing, especially beyond their first year of implementation, has been amazing. We were at a principal meeting this afternoon, and they were saying, they literally said, they could have been my spokesperson, since PlayWorks, our incidents have decreased. So this purchase price is $176,000 to cover 13 elementaries annually. So that's why you see that price on there. And then Care Solace, Joe, I'll let you talk.
Yeah, so Care Solace, we worked with them after the parade tragedy, and we found that they've been very useful, and they're a mental health navigator. So for families that are seeking and are in need of mental health services, Care Solace will help them find a provider that is within their insurance company coverage, and that will meet the need. So elementary, a little bit more adolescent, high school, is the person, struggling with ongoing depression, is there substance abuse, whatever it might be, they're very helpful to the family. It's a third party, so it allows families to have privacy. Just for some perspective on this, we have presented to you many times on our own mental health services in the district, from universal SEL curriculum through the on-site mental health providers. But because mental health can be something that's very private, something that families may not want to share, disclose, this is a confidential way for them to get service. We do know that there's a overarching shortage of mental health providers. We do know that many mental health providers have stopped billing insurances because of different ratings and all of the paperwork. So a lot of people are cash only now. So what this service does is it helps families find people that fit within either a pay-as-you-go range, if they can afford it out of pocket, or things that fit within the insurance realm. We've had approximately 6,000, I believe it's nearly 6,000 outreaches, internet searches and hits on their website. We've had over 100 what they call a warm handoff. So they do the intake with the person and find the counselor. And we've had about 50 people with follow-up ongoing counseling. So it has been very beneficial. We know the pandemic had an impact on the mental health of our students, and we see this as something that would help us going forward over the next 3 years as we return our students to the normal days of school and transition from what we've called this pandemic era to what is a normal school years and such.
Okay, thank you. All right, so dual enrollment programs, broke my own rule by putting WWC up there, my apologies. That is considered an evidence-based on What Works Clearinghouse, so my apologies for not writing that out there. But our dual enrollment programs, just to remind everyone, is they allow our high school students to take college courses and earn college credits while still in high school. So this is just an absolutely phenomenal program for our students. We spend about $170,000 annually for kids to take advantage of this every year. So, but kudos to them for doing it, because they can totally boost their college access and degree attainment by doing it. So again, those are annual budget figures, and so this would play into definitely the high school piece and being able to impact their tuition in that regard. With the teacher training pieces, the three things we have written on here are elementary writing curriculum training. So we are just getting into the area of piloting in the area of elementary writing. Most of you and parents got the letter just to say we're starting to pilot this in a few classrooms. These are the grade levels we're doing it. This is the schools we're doing it in. So again, this would be pending board adoption and approval of this. This all goes through teaching and learning board no matter what. But sometimes in this system, I will say we may be guilty of, when we have the money to purchase the resources, if we're able to get a Cadillac resource, right, that is always what we want for kids. Sometimes where we shortchange our system is with our teacher training. And that is not acceptable. And so we want to have a level of teacher training that is at the level that the company or that they offer, so that our teachers can be best prepared as possible. So this would be, again, an enhancer with the current curriculum, but it would allow full funding for that training, as well as continuing to expand our math recovery training. And then Bridges, as was mentioned tonight by a few public speakers, but we would be looking at allowing Hadfield and/or Whittier, I guess, if the board approves a merger, the idea would be, as the principals have recommended, that they are able to use Bridges next year as their curriculum at the merged school. And so we would provide that pilot. That 38,000 includes both the accessible resources as well as the training. So that's that piece. So that covers, wow, a lot, right? But those are the buckets and topics, areas, as well as just a little bit of detail on the purchase requisitions, if you will. The requirements of ESSER do, again, are very specific when you go on the electronic portal. So there are, not only will we have our internal metrics that the board should hold us accountable for, but there will be metrics that we're held accountable for in terms of receiving the funding. So part of the requirements talk about our ability to review our educator practices with using any of these tools, as well as monitoring sources of data. It also talks about the student outcome data. So my last two slides really show you how we are well poised in our system to do that. We have solid data structures in the system that allow us to currently measure student impact, and we're doing this all the time. We have a clear vision at the school level with our student services teams, with their sale plans and their data delves. This is happening on a routine basis at the site level. At the district level, we're always looking through our equitable multi-level systems of support, and that data team just making data an ongoing practice of how we do business. And so the structures are in place for the formative data to be collected. And we know in my last slide here that we can always also count on those summative indicators in terms of our key performance indicators. And so our KPIs, or our key performance indicators, I would say since October, right, the board approved these, is our newer expectations for the system. We're really happy, though, about these board-approved key performance indicators. And as we continue to develop our baseline data in these areas over time and develop our district dashboard, if you will, we're going to be able to be more consistent with what the community can see in terms of transparent data, and we'll be even better poised, I believe, to be more predictable in how we're reporting out, and people can look to see where are we growing, where are we not, and we can all be able to have those calibrated conversations. So I just picked out these 4 indicators because they most closely align with the purchases and the focus of the ESSER money, and so these, the board could definitely rely on, that we would be projecting data in these areas over time as well.
Mr. Coleman.
So do we have to actually submit anything to the federal government on the outcomes? And is that a specific format, or are they looking to us to utilize existing systems to prove to them the,
No, well, if
improvements?
in my experience with them, we will have to submit something. Right, so currently Jess in Darren's office is kind of operating the portal, and so she has sent me several of the, again, recommendations so far and the things that we've had to submit so far, but I assume as we start making purchases and as we have like a mid-end of the year reflection, we're going to have to post this into the federal portal.
Okay.
At some point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question.
Mr. Baumgart.
Jody, relative to the 20% or whatever we're putting aside for the use of this, that we're required to meet the minimum of 20%.
Yes.
Does that have a time period on it that we have to spend it in, or begin in, or however that works?
I can help with that, Mr. Baumgart. So ESSER 2 has to be spent by September 30th of 2023, and ESSER 3 has to be spent by September 30th of 2024. So we have a good chunk of time.
And we may begin it, for instance, next September?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can spend it at any time between now and then.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dr. Piazza?
Thank you. First, I want to thank Mrs. Landish for spending a good amount of time with me on some of the questions related to this, and I appreciate that. I think this was very thoughtful. I like the chart that applies the resources to the different grade levels, because I do think it's important that we can demonstrate that every student in the district has an opportunity to benefit from these resources. And we talked, and I'm sharing this just more for committee insight too. From my perspective, there are costs associated with the cost of doing business as a public school district, and then there are costs associated with really the spirit of what these funds are provided for. I look at our regular T&L operating budget, and I am concerned at where that's been over the last few years. I don't think the investment in the educational resources is at a level where it should be for a district of our size. So what I see and what's proposed here is, for probably the right reasons, taking advantage of these additional resources to level up the quality of resources that we're seeking for our students, which I think is very important. I know we're trying to seek out more standardized curriculum and programming so that we're not making things up ourselves. There are things that we can do with these resources, like summer school, like the Care Solace, which I think is a really important resource at this point in time. But some of these opportunities, like PlayWorks, for example, we're going to get outside of this 2-year window, and I think there's going to be good argument to continue these things. So I think we have to start now planning for how we're going to level out our regular operating budget so that we can accommodate these things that right now we're taking this opportunity of one-time money, but they have to become part of our regular operating plan and they're the regular cost of doing business of a school district of our size. So, with that, when I look at, this might not resonate with everybody, when I look at the $7.5 million structural deficit that we're facing, I'm looking at that also with a lens of we're under budgeted on our academic resources, on our teaching and learning resources. And that's of concern to me because that, to me, says the structural deficit is actually bigger than we think it is. And so if we're going to use these resources over the next couple of years, we have to have a plan for how we're going to level out that budget going forward. Because I think that's an important area that probably has been not adequately funded over the last few years. So what I'm thinking, like with the next couple of years, and I appreciate this proposal, it does fulfill the spirit of what I was looking for when we talked about this at the last committee meetings. I might, though, like to just make sure that we have the opportunity as we're planning for next year's budget planning cycle, that if we approve something here, and it'll go to the full board for final approval, but if we're recommending something, that recommendation includes the opportunity to revisit this as part of our budget planning for next year, because I think we're going to learn a lot about how we plan those year-over-year operating costs as we start to integrate some of these additional ESSER resources, even the stuff that we've previously talked about being allocated to facilities, because that will impact what our ongoing facility costs are as well. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the amount, it's just maybe looking at it year over year.
Mr. Como?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and just technically, we can only approve 1 year at a time in our budget, so it will allow us, once we go through this next year, 22-23, it will allow us to come back at the beginning, as we're planning for the following year's budget, we'll be able to continue to have this, to address this. And I think the whole intention of administration too has been, we take it a year at a time, and then, that's all we can do, and then make adjustments, not just on ESSER funds, but we do that essentially for our entire budget throughout the year, so.
Can I just clarify that?
And even during the year, if we feel like we have, let's say if we put this into play, and then next year, we feel like we needed to add some, readjust where the monies are being spent. We can't add revenues, but we can say, we can reduce this bucket and bring it over to this bucket because we think we need more over here. And we usually have 2 times during the year at F&F where we make those adjustments. It can be more than 2 times, but we've been taking about 2 times. So there are, I guess, I'm trying to say, yes, there are times where we can, next year and the following years, be able to make adjustments to what we see here.
Can I? Thank you. So I wanted to just clarify to make sure that we're looking at this the right way. I do understand in our regular operating plan, budget plan, that there's those opportunities, but we're locked in at that budget year over year, or at least we're setting that budget year over year. What I'm more talking about with these ESSER funds is that, as Dr. Siebert pointed out, there are some dates in front of us where we have to spend this or we have to spend that. But what's presented tonight crosses over those 2 years. So what I don't want to do is move to approve 2 years worth of T&L or learning recovery ESSER funds that are going to cross over 2 budget years, right? And then we're trying to figure out next year's 23-24 budget, and we have these resources potentially as part of that conversation. So I don't want to lock ourselves into something. I don't think it would be appropriate to vote on the learning recovery plan for ESSER.
Well, I think we can, if there's a motion made tonight, I think we can take it a year at a time. I don't see any issue with that. We don't have to bring 2 years together, or vote for 2 years together tonight. But again, we don't have a motion on the table at this time. But there's no reason why we couldn't take it a year at a time. And even if we did take 2 years, I still think that there would be time to make adjustments, is all I was saying. So, yeah.
Mr. Baumgart.
I'm just trying to understand clearly what you're trying to get across, and I think what I'm hearing is if this system works over the 2-year period, will we want to pay for continuing this program? Because if it works, it's good. And on the contrary, if there's a piece of it that isn't working, maybe we can find a better way to do that. I think and I agree with this, I think you're looking at the longer, it's really not that far, it's only a couple of years, but that if we're going to approve this, we have to understand, or we should have a feeling that this is something worth continuing. I think that's what you're trying to say. If it's good and it works, then it's worth continuing.
I'm saying that, and
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we can revisit this in the context of budget planning for the year after
I understand
22-23, so that we can factor in any decisions made about teaching and learning resources and learning recovery, because I think we'll have better insight next year as to how our students are doing too. We haven't even looked at winter map test results yet, right? So I think that we need to continue to be informed on how students are doing, and then I want Ms. Landish and her team to have the latitude to start using some of these resources, which is why we're doing this, but I also think that we want to make sure that we work these into our regular budget. And that gets back to what you were saying, Mr. Baumgart, which is, some of these things we're gonna fall in love with. Some of these things make a lot of sense for us, and then we need to make sure that we can plan those into our regular operating plans, and then maybe, unfortunately, make trade-offs with other things. But I did want one more clarification,
ahead.
and that is just, I know there's, in terms of curricular materials that are under that last line item,
Yes.
my understanding would be that we would still continue to follow our adoption of curricular resources procedures as we currently do.
Right, absolutely. I was going to make mention that, right? So no matter the vote, we still bring that bucket of standards-aligned instructional materials and professional learning. All of that comes through teaching and learning, and then ultimately the full board for approval. So, yes.
Anything else? Be looking for a motion,
Well-
if we have one.
I'm looking at what we have in front of us and trying to figure out if that whole thing has to be read, or if it is, I'll read it.
Joe or Greg, I would say that first sentence of the background would be sufficient. He doesn't have to read the section clause. Or I mean,
I think it could be as easy as the recommended action.
From administration.
Do it.
Right,
So
Agree.
thank you.
I'll make a motion. I'll move to approve the ESSER Learning Recovery Plan as presented.
Here.
Okay.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Baumgart. Thank you, Mr. Como. Further discussion? Clarification?
That includes 2 years' worth of projections.
And I'll clarify, I do believe we're on solid ground saying that we can make adjustments a year from now, if necessary. There's no reason why it's locked in stone after tonight. So as we learn more next year and we get our results back, we have built into place times where we can discuss this. So in the spirit of what we discussed, we don't necessarily lock into everything over the course of the two-year period of time. I mean, we will revisit this. We will ask, how is this going? We can make adjustments.
Mhm.
And that's true of, and that's what I was trying to state with our budget process in general. We even have times during the year where we can switch things around. And I'm comfortable with that process. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody else is comfortable with that process, but I am. And it's worked for us in the past, so. But I've been through it many times too, so.
Okay, I agree.
So, if I could, I don't have any problem trusting administration to apply these resources as proposed in this plan. But the decisions that we're making here and recommending to the full board impact our access to all of the ESSER dollars. They impact F&F, they impact other areas where those dollars were intended to be allocated. And I fully support that we're going well above and beyond the 20% floor for learning recovery. I fully support that. But I don't understand why we have to go all in on a $5.5 million plan that covers 2 years when we don't know what that next year is going to look like. So.
Mr. Como?
We don't have to. We could take it a year at a time. And there could be an amendment made to this motion just to focus on one year. But I thought that the charge for administration was to give us a comprehensive plan, and that's what they've done, as opposed to piecemealing this. And I think that they felt that we should be projecting it out over the multiple years to give us the full picture as opposed to just 1 year at a time.
Yeah, I agree with that,
So-
and I think they've done what we asked them to do. I really, I don't want a situation where we're saying, well, I think we voted for this, or I think we voted for that, or, maybe we said yes, maybe we said 2 years or 1 year. I just want to be clear that if we're approving 2 years' worth of resources, that we're giving administration the latitude to deploy 2 years' worth of resources, and that we as a board are able to correct this if we find ourselves in a financial position next year, which I understand we are still facing ongoing structural deficit, that we have the flexibility to reconsider these ESSER resources in a way that works the best for what our students need at that time. I think we're still getting data on what our students need. So that's where I'm just wanting to make sure that we are all crystal clear on what we're saying and what we're going to be recommending to the full board next week.
With that then, Joe, could you repeat your motion one more time?
Yeah, I just move to approve the ESSER Learning and Recovery Plan as presented.
Okay. All in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Stacy. We are moving on to discussion information items this evening. With the first one being the Charter Governance Board updates. And we have Jody Landish, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and principals with us tonight, Melissa Horn, James Murray, Kevin Kitzlar, Maria Yamato Cucci, and Jason Smith. So welcome to all of you this evening.
It's the presentation. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I'll give you my remote. So if you guys want to say. Yeah, we weren't going to say. We weren't going to say. That's fine. Your chair's
Yeah, no problem.
Keep it up.
So as they get set up, just reminding the board, this was,
Oh, wait, it moves their eyes.
this was a couple months back, this request was made to find out more, right, about our governance structure at our charters. And so the only one missing on this list is East, and that's simply because we had Sue Poppy here last month giving an East update, and she melded it into her presentation in terms of her governance structure and envisioning and things that they were doing there. So, and I know at least one of you showed up to East High School after that presentation, so it was nice for her to see you in the school and welcome you there. So I know these outstanding administrators welcome you in also at any time, but they have a very like consistent presentation tonight to cover the areas that were requested by the board, so I truly appreciate you all being here tonight, and Sal's going to start us off.
Hi, I'm Kevin Kitzlar, the principal at South High School.
And I'm Maria D'Amato. I'm an assistant principal at South, and I'm the administrator of the Health and Engineering Academies. So we'll present to you our Engineering and Health Academy missions and visions. Our mission is to prepare students to be college and career ready through specialized coursework, application-based learning, and community connections within healthcare and engineering professions. And we'll talk a little bit about all of those pieces within our presentation. Our vision is throughout the membership, students are inspired to become self-driven learners of industry-recognized knowledge and skills. Through innovative and collaborative practices, students will transition into productive future professionals. So something that's unique about the Health and Engineering Academies is that they are charter schools, but they're within a large high school. So students get to experience the health careers or experience engineering at a much deeper level and determine is this an area of study that they would like to go into. And through that, they also have access to all of our AP courses, all of our youth apprenticeship, all of our co-op, as well as our sports, our activities within a large high school. So it's a really unique opportunity for our students. We have an Engineering Academy board, and the board members are listed there. They represent a wide variety of different professions, as well as parents that are current students within our Engineering Academy. So this board is at full capacity, and there are board member bios that are linked on this website. You guys can visit and learn a little bit more about all of our board. We also have our Health Academy board. This board, we do need some parents, so we're working on getting some Health Academy parents involved on this board, but we also, again, have a wide variety of people in a lot of different capacities within healthcare, including universities, Ascension, WCTC, Pro Healthcare, QuadMed. So a lot of different opportunities that they bring to our engineering and health academies. With regard to our procedures and operating mechanisms, we follow the School District of Waukesha enrollment procedures. There is an application process that students must complete in order to be a part of our academy. The graduation requirements do differ from South graduation requirements. So in the Engineering Academy, you'll notice students have to take 4 credits of math, 4 credits of science, as well as 3 engineering electives that are required. And we'll just share what those electives are in a future slide. In the Health Academy, kids have to take 5 credits of science. They need 25 hours of volunteer experience in the healthcare field. They have to have 1 year of HOSA experience, which is Health Occupation Students of America was initially what that stood for. I think they may have changed their name. And then they have to take Health Academy elective courses, which we'll talk through They're all Project Lead the Way courses. We are governed by our Engineering and Health Academy boards. We follow our bylaws established in the charter contract that was recently approved, and we meet quarterly. The Engineering Academy meets face-to-face at South. The Health Academy is still virtual because they're not allowed, or they weren't allowed to meet face-to-face currently. Some unique opportunities we talked about are those community partnerships and opportunities within industry. So our governance board members do provide mentorships. They provide in-kind donations of time and materials to our students, grant writing, scholarship opportunities. Pro Healthcare every year gives 10 scholarships away to Health Academy students only. Each of them is $2,000 apiece, so 20 grand every single year for Health Academy students only. We also have other community partnerships, which is our MAID as well as FEMAID. FEMAID is a subcommittee of MAID trying to get females into engineering. Recently, they hosted a lunch Q&A. We had about 40 participants that came in, learned from female engineers. They get tours of local businesses. There's team building opportunities. There's a lot of mentorship that happens there. And then co-op and youth apprenticeship placement is also what we have community partners that do that, both through the governance board as well as others.
Then we're going to touch on the different courses that they are able to take through the Engineering or Health Academy. The ones that have the stars by it are the courses that are required for the students to take. So in the Engineering, the Project Lead the Way courses, if you look at from top to bottom, those are the courses that they would take their freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year. And then similar, the Health Academy has certain required classes. So as Maria had mentioned, there are certain classes that they can still take beyond those. Those are elective classes, so you can see like aerospace engineering, the computer integrated manufacturing classes, and then our computer science classes. Those are all elective classes that they would be able to take in the Engineering Academy. And then our Health Academy also has some of those elective classes that they can take as well, in addition to the required classes that they take. And then just as Maria had mentioned, within the board and just other businesses and partnerships we have, students are able to do a youth apprenticeship option or a co-op option as part of those academies.
And I guess in closing for our presentation, just as Jody had said, we are always welcoming people to come in and see what's going on. And if you'd like to do so, feel free to reach out to Kevin or myself, and we'd be happy to show you around.
Okay.
Keep going?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jason Smith. I'm the principal at eAchieve Academy and eAchieve Elementary. And I'll just go through a few things here. This is our mission and vision. It's the same for both of our schools. eAchieve started as a 9-12 charter, virtual charter, and then expanded to include 6th through 8th grade, and then expanded to include K-5. And so this mission and vision sort of just encompassed all of the schools. Something we'd like to work on moving forward is to separate and start to do some mission and vision work with our elementary school separate. But our mission is eAchieve Academy provides a quality education for all students by offering alternate solutions to traditional schooling, utilizing current internet technologies and proven teaching practices implemented by a team of professionals. That is our mission and vision. And what's interesting about the eAchieve Governance Board is that it's been a work in progress for the number of years I've been there. I've been there 7 years, and it's always been a challenge. We have a bit of a transient population, and getting interest and getting consistency has been a struggle at times. We've had some really committed members and some that come for a year and maybe then their students aren't at our school the following year. So that's proven to be a challenge for us. So these are the folks that were on our Governance Board last year, and we're working to set some meetings. We have our next meeting in next Monday, March 11th, or March 14th, and that will be our next governance board meeting, and we'll reset and try to bring that team together again this year. When we have had open seats, our student seats have been open for a number of years, so that is a challenge for us. When we have had governance board meetings, we have used it as more of a reporting of good things happening at the school and asking for feedback on some things versus decision making. The principals provided a state of the school sort of update, school improvement work, course offerings, student successes, And then what we'd like to do moving forward is we'd like to follow our charter a little bit more closely, meet quarterly. And we'd like to try to fill those student seats to make sure we have all voices represented in our governance board. But like I said, it has been a challenge. And we do follow our charter contracts and also work closely with the district as an instrumentality as our virtual charter school status. So.
All right. Good evening. I'm Melissa Horn. I am the principal at Randall STEM, so I have the elementary portion, kindergarten through 5th grade.
James Murray, principal at the Waukesha STEM Academy, Saratoga campus.
So we are Waukesha STEM Academy. Jim and I work pretty closely. This is our mission and vision that we have had since I've been there. We engage, inspire, and empower a community of learners in thinking, collaborating, innovating, and creating the future. And our vision is to prepare the most innovative leaders to collaboratively create the future. So I know that there's some faces that have been in the building. Obviously, we've always welcomed you, but it's nice for you to come in and see the great things that are happening because we truly are being innovative, creative, and we're doing all of those things there. Our governing board is as listed. We just had some turnover in the governing board, but it is a strong. Most of them are made up of parents, either current parents of students, either at one campus, either at Randall or at Saratoga or at both. And then we also have some that actually we have a grandparent on the board. So they've been with us, just the longevity of the families that have been there and the commitment that they have to STEM. They're not only working, I heard, both South and East Chief talk about we do make some different decisions with our charter and our bylaws and just doing different things for the school. Actually, we meet monthly and we have some teachers coming tomorrow night to present with some students. So it is an active board and of course, again, you guys are all welcome to come over and see what's going on.
So in regard to our governing board meetings, we do follow open meetings law, Robert's Rules of Order, follow the bylaws. In our charter, our original, which has been updated since, our initiation, minutes and agendas are posted for public viewing as well as on our website. We do meet monthly. We actually meet tomorrow night for anybody who is looking for something to do. Just back to the previous slide too, as far as our board members, they're from all walks of life, so parents, grandparents, but also different jobs, different backgrounds from college to engineering, GPS, and just we had sort of a moment of clarity where we wanted to go seek different backgrounds to really round out our board and not have it all be one sort of plateau of knowledge. And so we really look to dig deeper into the pool of candidates every time we look for new board members. So it's really helped us out. As far as our program model, excuse me, so I sort of took a page from South and the academies. I just highlighted some of the items that we have across both campuses. A lot of these are from Saratoga, and we'll be back next week for the Bright Lights. But STEAM, Connect and Flex, student-led clubs, and then pathways, and then some items under each one, but those are a lot of our projects, our ventures. The time at our school is very student-led, very student-driven, student choice, guided by a lot of underpinning things such as our continuums, our portfolios, competency-based learning, service learning, advocacy, and then definitely a lot of parent involvement such as tonight. So that's just a brief overview of the things going on at our site.
That's our last one.
Questions, comments? Dr. Piazzik?
Thank you. Thank you all for coming and providing these updates. I am curious, and I'm guessing it's different for different groups, but what has enrollment been like for all of you? Obviously, we're seeing different enrollment patterns across this district. I know there were waiting lists at some point. I'm just curious for each of you, if we could talk a little bit about what that looks like.
We'll just go right down the row. I can speak to that. Obviously, we had significant enrollment increases during the pandemic year, and we're still up from pre-pandemic right now, about 1,200 students for K through 12.
And that's across all grades where you're seeing that interest?
Yes. Yes. This year, a little bit higher in our senior class. We have over 240 seniors this year. but it's growth across all grade levels. Yes.
So we've seen about the same enrollment. We're at, I want to say it was 200.
182.
Okay, Kevin knows the exact number. 182 students in each of the academies, approximately.
At elementary, we're about 360, which is down a little bit of our enrollment. We do have a wait list. This year, our enrollment has started. It's the same timeline as the district, but we do have a wait list in 5th grade this year. And we are continuing, that window opened back up, so we're continuing to see enrollment. We have another See It Live actually in 2 weeks, if anybody wants to come and walk through with me. And then we usually get a lot of interest over the summer as well.
Currently, we're at slightly below 300. Our max capacity is 336. We have lifted the cap on grade level enrollment to be entire school. So it used to be 112 per grade. The problem was that if we had a waiting list at 6th, but openings at 7th, we couldn't take them. And so we wrote to DPI, worked with Bill and the SDW board, and we removed that piece. So now it's just enrollment for our entire school. So we can let anybody in and everybody in.
Anything else?
Just
Mr. Baumgart.
Same thing. Both the engineering and the health academy, you had a max. Are you close to the max? We used to be troubling with that.
The maximum is 300 students per academy. Similar to what Jim said, we don't have a capacity at each grade level, but 300 total students is the max that's listed in our charter.
For each of them?
For each of the academies, yes.
Then we weren't that close to that. I thought we had,
No.
sometimes we were pushing in the 200s, but.
Right.
Up to 300 now. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could any of you comment on how unique you are to not only the area, but also
That sounds funny.
beyond?
Sorry, Greg.
Not all districts have these programs.
And please stand when you present. No.
I mean, I guess we could start.
I mean, do you get interest from out of district, out of state, nationally? If you could speak on maybe just a couple of those things, so.
Well, it's kind of interesting that you bring that up because, we do when both Jim and I, at both of our campuses, we have to give parent tours. So that's one of the requirements of our application is that parents have to come and tour because we are a little bit different than the rest of the elementaries or middle schools in the district. And one of the things that does make us unique is that we have students that are very diverse in kind of their thinking and how they go about things. We have different people come in and do workshops for our students, and they will always comment how, like, from kindergarten through 5th grade, how engaged they are, how talkative they are, how they're just doing things differently, how they think about things. And of course, like, there's maker spaces in all elementaries and different things, but we also have educators and administrators from across the country that come to see what we're doing at STEM. So they come in to see the elementary and come in to see the middle school because they want to see what's going on. So I think that those things make us unique, but also just the amount of student voice and ownership that they take in their learning. I feel like that gives them a little bit more engagement. I can speak for elementary, and Jim can probably speak more at the middle school.
Great question, Mr. Dietz. So we have a couple things, I guess. One, we have no grade levels. It's competency-based. We have no bells. There's no times. There's no Carnegie units. So as far as students moving, they progress when they're ready. We do have tours, like Melissa mentioned, from around the nation and the world, quite honestly. There's articles written about us, white papers, CISA, the Institute, things like that. But quite honestly, the thing that I'm proudest of is the attrition is very low for our staff. We lose at max 1, maybe 2 a year, typically because their spouse moves for a job and they want to stay, and I tell them they're going to get divorced if they don't. So the teachers stick around, quite honestly. Our staff is very connected to what they're doing. They're very invested in the students, the mission, the vision, and they built it with the students. So they are a part of the bloodline of that school, as well as the students and the families.
Awesome.
I would echo everything that Jim and Melissa said. Additionally, I think exploring these career paths at the high school level and determining, hey, I want to do this for the rest of my life, and not only do I know what I want to do, but I know what area of engineering or healthcare I want to go into, I think is pretty unique and cool. Additionally, I think when you think about this, there are some kids sometimes that leave and think, I don't want to do that, and that's okay too, because now you figured that out in high school and didn't wait until college to spend a lot of money. So we do get students that enroll from surrounding districts, as well as within our own district, because of this unique opportunity. And again, being a small charter within a large school, there's just a lot of opportunity to get a specialized curriculum, but also receive everything a large high school has to offer. So it's a really, really cool opportunity.
Good, thank you.
And I guess one other thing I would note is both our academies were recognized by Project Lead the Way as a distinguished high school.
Yes.
And both our engineering teachers have been asked to present both in Texas and in the Madison area around the curriculum they're using.
Awesome.
What's interesting is that the competition is increasing for virtual charter schools. As I'm sure everyone knows, there's over 60 now in Wisconsin. So we're competing for virtual charter school students with other districts and with other schools. But when we talk about how do we market, we're not marketing virtual schooling, we're marketing why our virtual school is the best one to attend. And what we keep coming back to is our teachers. We have an all-star teaching staff. We have teachers that are dedicated to kids, they care deeply about them. They like virtual learning, they're good at it. And what separates us is that they get to plan the majority of their lessons. So some virtual charter schools purchase curriculum, they purchase resources, and we do some of that. But our teachers designing their lessons is, I think, what really sets us apart. We have just a great crew this year.
Mr. Como.
Just to dovetail off of that, I remember the decision this board made to have us develop our own curriculum. We used to be previously with someone else, and we had it was a lot of debate over that, and it wasn't necessarily a clear path for us, and we took the risk, and I think the risk paid off handsomely. So appreciate all the effort that's gone into that, not just that first year, but continuing on as we've added classes and grade levels. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Awesome. Just a suggestion, if you do the presentation again, maybe just add what makes you so different or unique. I mean, because that's where I really got engaged in.
That's next week.
Okay, sounds good.
That's right. We were told to keep it.
Okay, within a certain time, yeah. But that's where I could really tell
Yeah.
where all of you are coming from and how much you love what you're doing and
Yeah.
the school populations that you're dealing with. So
That's the passion, yeah.
yes, exactly. That's where it comes out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. It's an excellent overview, and we really appreciate all your work here and behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next discussion information item this evening involves an update on elementary phonics and word study. And we have Melissa Yao here, our Director of Elementary Learning, and Emily Freeman, our Elementary Literacy Coordinator, to provide us an overview of where we are in these two areas of phonics and word study. So thank you for being here.
All right. Good evening. Emily and I are here this evening to give you an update in year 2 of our phonics and word study implementation. So we're really excited to be back here and share some of the great things that are happening in our classrooms with our resource. So just wanted to remind you of the resource that was adopted, and we've been using it now. This is our second year. We did move forward, even though we adopted it, and then COVID came. We moved forward with implementation last year because we felt that this was an area that our students really needed. We really needed to have a more clear pathway for our students with phonics, word study, phonological awareness at our younger grades. We really wanted to increase what that looked like and have a resource that was more robust for our educators and helping to instruct students, and then what were the engagement pieces like for our students to engage in as well. And so we found a wonderful resource in the Benchmark Phonics. One of the main writers of this program is Wiley Blevins, who does an awful lot of research and study around phonics with early learners. And so our resources at the younger grades, there's an example there of what happens for first grade. Our kindergarten and first grade really mirrors each other. They have some big books to help with interactive, read aloud, shared reading, so really getting students engaged and practicing those early learning skills, as well as you can see cards there to help students with letter identification and sounds, and having students use those in their cueing systems for learning, as well as at our kindergarten and first grade for each unit. Students have workbooks, so they have time that they have a reading that they do together. They have time that they practice a skill, and then they have a partner shared reading they do that, and some opportunities to write. So there is a lot of strategic direct instruction of skills, but then it takes, this program takes it a step further to have students apply then that learning into reading and writing. And then at grades 4th through 5th, it looks similar. Students do have workbooks, but they have 2 workbooks, and everything is also digital. And in the digital resources, there are practice games for students. So during application time, students have opportunities to practice through activities that are very game-like for them. Students have access to those then at home as well. So we went with making sure that our students and teachers not only had hard copies of everything, but had access to things digitally as well.
So we wanted to let you know about some of the professional development opportunities that we have provided teachers. As Melissa said, last school year was our first year, and so we did our initial launch and training. So this summer at Summer Institute, we wanted to bring teachers together by grade level and really ground them in the theory. Why is explicit phonics instruction important? So we have a resource now that tells them the scope and sequence and the order to go in, and we need to understand why it's important and how it supports learners as readers and as writers. So we started all of our grade level sessions with the same reading to help understand how phonics is really the groundwork in comprehending. We focused on the routines and structures. Teachers had a year of using the program, and we know that the routines and structures that repeat are really vital to kids getting the learning and then getting that application time as well. So we reviewed those and had teachers really talk about how they were using those routines and structures within their classrooms and collaborate across the district. We also introduced a new assessment in 2nd through 5th grade to identify what strengths students had with phonics, but also what holes they might have. We had been hearing from teachers, particularly in upper grades, that they really liked the program, but it was uncovering phonics holes that students might have had from past years. And so we, at Summer Institute, introduced this quick spelling assessment that would help them both identify what students had a solid handle on and where they might need some support to reach their grade level standard. And then also part of that back to school session was introducing our handwriting scope and sequence. So we had the expectation for handwriting instruction, but now we have a formal scope and sequence across the grade levels that was introduced at that institute as well. And then at Winter Institute, the sessions that teachers had said, we have these new assessments, both within the units of study and the quick spelling assessment that I talked about. What do we do with that information? So we spent some time, again in grade levels, bringing teachers together to say, here, let's look at the phonics assessment. What is it telling you? But most importantly, what do you do with it? How can we plan instruction to support students based on the strengths that they're bringing and also the areas for their next steps? So teachers were able to collaborate and make a plan for that. And then the second session was really focused on application time, which, as Melissa said, the program offers things like games, songs, some decodable texts that students can access. And so we worked with teachers to think first about, again, grounding it in theory, why is phonics application important? So they get that explicit instruction and that practice during that scheduled phonics time. How do we really help bridge that into reading and writing? How do we give them the extra practice that they need to really solidify those skills? And what types of practice are most meaningful to solidify those skills? And so we talked about where in Reader's Workshop application time that appropriate, those minutes in each grade level could happen. We reviewed some of those digital components that are great ways to get that practice in. And then we shared some examples of routines that you could introduce within your Reader's Workshop application time to really get kids that practice that they need. And teachers worked collaboratively to design a activity or routine that they were going to introduce in their classroom. And it's neat to see, since Winter Institute, you see those popping up in multiple classrooms that they built together at the Institute. We, at the beginning of February, sent out an implementation survey saying, you're halfway through your second year, how's it going? What do you need and how is it going? The thing that keeps coming back is teachers are really praising explicit teaching of phonics. The resource is helping them know what to teach and how to teach it, and they're seeing that impact. They really also like the predictable routines and engaging structures. So the structure and routines are the same Monday through Friday each week. The skill just changes. And so kids and teachers really become familiar with how that works and allows for their cognitive energy to really go into learning the skill and not trying to figure out, am I supposed to have my whiteboard? What am I supposed to do? But they can really focus on the phonics skill. The phonics is also automatically put right into reading and writing opportunities, and that was something that in the past teachers had to figure out how to do, and so they really appreciate those connections being made right away. And the student resources are really a hit, both with teachers and students and parents as well. The K-1 materials that Melissa was talking about go home at the end of each unit, and the last 2 pages is a 2-page spread of a game that you can play at home with your family that practices that skill, as well as then they have all of those reading materials that are built into it as well.
And so we just wanted to bring a few pictures to highlight some of the things that are happening and give you some specific quotes from teachers. So on the left is a kindergarten teacher, Melissa Spellman, and she is there explicitly teaching right then the mini lesson to the whole class. And she has said that benchmark is easy to follow and each day follows the same routines. The kids thrive off the predictability. I have been seeing students spelling correctly in their writing more this year. I have also seen more intentionality with their letter formation. And as I said, she's a kindergarten teacher, so it's really exciting to see at a kindergarten level that she is seeing students being able to transfer. And then once again, as we brought in the handwriting piece of this program this year, that she is already seeing that improvement with her students. And on the right-hand side, this is an example from Prairie Elementary. That's actually one of our educational assistants teaching a small group. So in our phonics program too, there are also small group lessons, and many of our buildings on top of our teachers are also, the coaches are training the educational assistants to give additional opportunities for students to have that direct instruction and practice opportunity. So great use of our educational assistants who really bring a great skill set to our teams. And then on the left side here, you can see a second grader. She's practicing in her workbook, some fluency practice with words, and then the second step is then she is building words. And so one of the second grade teachers said that Benchmark has so much power in a short amount of instructional time. So the time daily is about 20 to 15 minutes throughout the week, and this is daily for the teaching part with the teacher. So it's more minutes than that when you have the application time. But she's seeing evidence of transfer of phonics when students are decoding words while reading and in their writing as well. I also see more correctly formed letters with the handwriting component. And then on the right side is one of our students. Then she's playing one of the games that come with the program in the digital platform. And so this comes from a third grade teacher. Students get many opportunities to practice the spelling patterns. I've noticed students moving in the quick spelling assessment, we call it the QSA, database on goals we've covered thus far. So really exciting that we also have an assessment that teachers are able to give their students, be able to see and make instructional decisions.
So speaking of that quick spelling assessment data, we just wanted to share some celebrations. So some background first on the assessment. Like we said, this is the first year that we've used it. We use it in 2nd through 5th grade in September and January. We don't use it in kindergarten and 1st grade because we take the PALS assessment. It is available to K-1 teachers if they would like to use it, but it's not required because we have PALS. And it identifies areas of strength and need. The beginning, middle, and end of year benchmarks are determined by our program and also cross-referenced with our Wisconsin state standards, particularly the reading foundational skills. And so there's benchmarks for September, January, and then also end of the year. And so you can see that we still have growth to make, but that there has been a lot of exciting growth happening in 2nd through 5th grade from the beginning of the year until right after winter break is when they took their mid-year assessment.
And so our next steps is we are going to continue to monitor implementation and progress. So as you saw, we're collecting student information about the impact that this program is having on our students, as well as continuing to be in the classrooms to observe and collecting feedback from our teachers too of what they are celebrating, what their needs are, so that we can continue to be responsive. We'll continue to provide professional development to help refine and deepen our implementation practices. So we do that not only in the opportunities that we have at the district level through our beginning of the year and middle of the year institutes, but also through coaching in the building. That's that live, ongoing, where you can really tailor to individual teachers or groups of teachers. And then we will continue to ensure alignment and transfer between phonics and our writing instruction. And now, what questions or comments do you have for us?
Questions, comments from anyone? Mr. Baumgart.
Just a comment. It's about 1.5 years now we've been doing this. It looks like a lot of progress has been made over that 1.5 years in an area that was missing. Quite simply, it was missing for a while, and many years actually, but welcome back.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a fun time in the classrooms.
It's unique, Melissa, to have direct phonic instruction like in the upper grades, isn't it? Or is this maybe that we've gone away from that for so long that is it?
I could say, yeah, it's probably, it went away in a lot of cases. Should it have, should it not? I think I've come to learn, like with most things, you can't be too far one way or the other, you know, and that's one of the things about our comprehensive literacy model is we need it all to work together, and our students do need that explicit phonics instruction, and we can't just leave it there, right? Then we have to make sure that they're able to transfer it into reading and writing, and that is, one of the really nice things about this program is that it helps us do that. It gives the time for the explicit instruction.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really nice resource that, also gives teaching points and support for teachers in there as well. And so it's, it's been really positive in our short amount of time. So we hope that we continue, as Emily said, to see the increase of students, because we do have students in the upper grades who, haven't come from this experience or this rich of a background in phonics or word study. And so you do see that, some things are taking a little bit more time, or there are bigger gaps or deficits. So what we hope to see is that, as you saw in that, in the slide here, if you look at 5th grade in September, right, only 10% of students were meeting that. We hope that in future years, you won't see that low of a starting place for our students because of the background that they're bringing from their prior years.
And Emily, with the survey that was sent out to staff, did they have any concerns or challenges that they were experiencing on a district-wide basis that you could refer to, or?
I think the one thing that comes up is timing, which is why we keep coming back to the routines and procedures, because there is a lot of learning that happens in that short amount of time, and so you have to be ready to go with your resources and materials, and your students really need to have those routines down because it is fast-paced. And so we continue to look at both how we can become efficient with our time and also the amount of time that we're allotting to it to make sure that the learning that is supposed to happen happens. And we do have allotted the amount of time that the program recommends, and so we're trying to find that sweet spot as we learn more and get stronger with the program of that timing. And I think too, teachers have continued to say that with the introduction of the quick spelling assessment, help us figure out exactly what to do with that information. And so luckily the program really gives us the resources to do that. Teachers have access to all of the grade levels, so they can use materials from outside of their grade level as well. And so it's just the professional development in how you look at that information and what you do with it. So teachers have been, I wouldn't say that they have any complaints about it, just more of like, help me understand the next step now that I've gotten here with it.
Sure, that's good. Anything else? Dr. Piazzik?
Just a quick question, and thank you, the results are really promising. How many students took that QSA? Was that across the district, everybody?
In monolingual.
In monolingual.
The majority?
Yes.
Yep, all students, 2nd grade through 5th grade in monolingual classrooms.
And it's also, I said we take PALS, which is required beginning of year and end of the year, but being able to see this mid-year point has made us start to talk about not introducing PALS as optional mid-year, but requiring it for students who aren't meeting the benchmark in fall, so that we ensure we have that mid-year touch point.
And that would be in grades K and 1.
Yeah.
And I would assume that it really gives our teachers a resource and maybe something to rely on compared to maybe what the training that they had when they were going through college to become a teacher. I mean, phonics might not have been emphasized as much as it is now with this program, and I'm sure it makes them feel stronger and more adequate as a teacher when it comes to the areas of reading and writing with this phonics resource that we have.
And they might not have even experienced it through their own learning as well.
Right. Right. Anything else?
Just a comment.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Ms. Roddy, yeah.
Thank you. No, just a comment, and I believe last year when this was brought up, I had made this statement as well, but I recognize all of these. These do come home to my home, and these little workbooks we use just to follow up, celebrate where our student has gotten, or just follow up with the teachers, and I see exactly what they're doing. I can go over them again with our student as, wherever they need to practice or just build confidence in what they're working on. So from a parent perspective, I appreciate these take-home materials.
And one other thing that we started implementing this year that we presented at the beginning of the year are for each unit of literacy, there are parent letters that go home before the unit begins.
Nice.
And so there is a section on there about the phonics piece. We are going to revisit and update those again next year on the phonics piece because there aren't specific like spelling lists that many of us might have had when we were in school where you had to memorize a group of words, but they do have patterns that they're working on. So there are words that they practice, but then on the spelling test, there might be some of the words they practice, but some other ones, because we want to make sure, once again, we're teaching for that transfer, and can they apply the skill that they're learning to other words and situations. So we're going to continue to update, and really we want to make sure that we're sending home to parents that we're giving them good information, that there are some things that they can specifically do to help support their students too. So it's just an area that we're going to update again for next year.
Sounds good. And have you had the question this year, do we teach phonics in the school district of Waukesha?
Not like in prior years.
Yeah, good. I mean, I think the resource is getting out there and parents are becoming informed and,
Yeah.
I mean, because I know there are a lot of districts that don't.
Right.
And it's reassuring to know that we are. So thanks to both of you for your leadership in this area, for the overview. Very well done and very promising. And thanks for being here tonight.
We're going to stay a little while.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't object. Okay. And then we're moving on to, let's see, the elementary writing pilot. So we have Melissa here again. Dee Garcia is joining them, Director of Multilingual and Global Education, to talk to us about writing. So take it away.
All right.
And welcome.
Thank you. We are here for the elementary writing curricular design process. So this will be our first of possibly four times in front of you. And so we just want to take you through where we're at and where we are going. So we are in the first phase of our elementary writing pilot. And so how did we get here? We have seen through our collection of data in multiple ways over the last few years and studying and research that we need to increase the opportunities for our students to write across the day. With that, we've also seen that we currently have a resource, but for feedback from teachers and even students, that we need to look at possibly a different resource, one that is really more supportive of teachers and of students. And so we decided that we would move into looking at a new tool for our writing workshop time for that intentional teaching of writing and practice. And so currently, all of our kindergarten through 5th grade are in this elementary writing pilot. So those are the grades that we are looking at for this revision in our curriculum.
So in the curriculum design process, one of the first things that we had to address was the history of writing and elementary writing in our district. And we had a long conversation. Well, I don't think it was long. It was quite short, actually, because we weren't here in the 2000s when the Lucy Calkins Teachers College resource was adopted by the district. But that has been a resource that has been very commonly used in many, many districts, but as well as here. And what we did is we repurchased the updated version of that in 2015. And then it took some time to really align that to our units of study at the time, and that's what's currently in place in our classrooms. Modifications have been made so that the resource is usable in dual language classrooms, and that we have some alignment to our science curriculum. However, we are fortunate in that our state of Wisconsin has brought our language arts standards into the 21st century, and we had a new adoption which this board did accept in 2021. And there are some key shifts that we need to be aware of. The first, and I'd like to reference this slide that you might be looking at, is the overarching statement which requires our students to write routinely for a range of culturally sustaining and rhetorically authentic tasks, purposes, and audiences over extended time frames. So time for inquiry, reflection, and revision, and for shorter time frames like a single sitting or taking a test or over a day or two. Which is a little bit more specific than what previous standards would offer. You can also see that the standards for writing have been separated into three, I would say, buckets or baskets. The first is really focusing on text type and purposes, which has been broadened to include text types that are informational, narrative, and I would call them argumentative. There is production and distribution of writing, which refers to publishing writing, communicating about writing, and then finally inquiry to build and present knowledge. Those standards extend from kindergarten through 12th grade and just progressively deepen a student's application and skill in those areas.
And so we want to go through the timeline with you. On February 2nd, we had a group of coaches, principal, directors look at 3 resources and narrow down those resources to which the 2 we would pilot. So one of them that we looked at was our Lucy Calkins. It's one that is widely used in the area, so we wanted to continue to consider that resource. Then we looked at being a writer, and then the benchmark writing. And Emily will get into the resource that we use as the rubric for narrowing down the resources. We narrowed down to 2. We eliminated the Calkins writing. And then on February 17th, we had our training for the first resource, being a writer, with all of our teachers and coaches, and a few principals came to that for the training on that first pilot. Teachers who are piloting began implementation then that next week on February 3rd, and they will be doing a 4-week unit with being a writer. Then we are here tonight for our first time to present to you Phase 1. On March 17th, our teachers will be getting training in that second pilot resource, and after spring break then they will be coming back and starting that second pilot, which is the Benchmark Writers Workshop. We will be coming back to you in April. We will have some teachers with us that time who are doing the pilot to share with you some about those 2 resources. We will come again in May and once again share more about those 2 resources, also with which resource we will be recommending, which one we found out. We could also, within this, we might find out that we don't like either resource, that students and teachers didn't, and we will let you know if that happens. And if that's the case, of course, we would not be coming to you with a recommendation. And then we'll be coming back June 7th with a recommendation as an action item for approval of whichever resource through the pilot we find that we want to bring forward.
So as Melissa said, these were the 3 resources that we started with for consideration. So the Lucy Calkins Units of Study, Benchmark Writing Workshop, and Being a Writer. And so on that day, we had vendors from each company who gave us a brief overview of each of the resources. We also had sample materials of all 3 programs to look through. And then we saw what they had in print and also digitally to make a decision. We were also looking at what digital components were available, student materials. We wanted to see things that were available in Spanish and in English. We're looking for grammar connections. We currently teach grammar outside of our writers' workshop, but most of the newer programs that are coming out embed it within to support that transfer. We also were looking for supports for transferring what you learn about writing into how you write on a standardized test. So those just different ways that you write and communicate. Also looking at assessment possibilities and resources to support parents with the understanding of the writing process as well. And so the way that we did that is we created a rubric based off of the Ed Reports rubric. So Ed Reports is an independent nonprofit organization that is really designed to help identify instructional materials that are effective, reliable, and aligned to high standards. Their full rubric is made to evaluate all parts of ELA, and since we are looking at writing in particular right now, we pulled the pieces that pertain to writing curriculum. And so our team, which was coaches, principals, we had dual language and monolingual representation. Our AVID district coach was there as well. We had a team with a lot of different experience that looked or listened to the presentations and looked through the materials and then used this rubric to determine which ones they thought would be appropriate for the pilot. And through that process is where we narrowed it to Being a Writer and Benchmark Writers Workshop. And so our process is we're going to be piloting in the schools that are listed there. So Hillcrest, Banting, Prairie, Hawthorne, Bethesda, Hadfield, and Meadowbrook each have between 1 to 3 teachers piloting in their school. Kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th are all being piloted. 4th grade is not, because forward testing is coming up and is very intense in 4th grade. And so we didn't include them in the pilot of this. We also have 4 dual language teachers and 2 special ed teachers who are part of the pilot as well, so we can have all of those multiple perspectives included. And as Melissa described on the timeline, there is a 4-week unit being piloted currently from Being a Writer that is focused on narrative writing. And then after spring break, there will be a 4-week unit from Benchmark Writers Workshop, and that will be either informational or argument writing, depending on the grade level. Teachers will also be filling out the same rubric that initial team used as they are working through the program to see what it offers and how students are reacting to it, as well as providing us with narrative feedback as well about their experience.
Questions, comments?
A lot of work still ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Just really well done. I mean, I think, really appreciate the process. Everything seemed to be laid out very clearly, at least to me, and it looks like everyone else here without any questions.
And you should have, your packet had the rubric.
Yes.
The parent letter, the preview for both of the curriculums that we are piloting, so.
Right.
As well as Appendix A. So.
Right.
Yeah. Or attachments. Board docs.
Right, right.
Well, we will be back again next month. We'll be bringing a few teachers with us as well.
Sounds good. We'll get their perspective as well. So thank you so much for taking the time, pulling all this together. Great job. Next discussion information item, looking at a family engagement update. We have Patty Havel, Director of Special Education. We also have a guest that she'll introduce, and we look forward to your spending time with us tonight and the information that you'll be sharing. I know this had to be postponed last month, but we're glad the two of you are here tonight to give your presentation. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
All right, yeah, we are here tonight. So I'm getting my presentation up there for you. And there we're at. I am here tonight to talk about family engagement, not just for children with IEPs, but for all children. And I am with my colleague, Sherry Silla. Sherry is the state coordinator for WISPE. WISPE is the Wisconsin Statewide Parent Educator Initiative. So Sherry, I'm going to ask you to give a little more information about WISPE and your work.
Sure.
Do you want to advance it to?
I will.
Okay, that's great. So I'm Sherry Silla, as Patty introduced me. I am part of the Wisconsin Statewide Parent Educator Initiative. We are a DPI discretionary grant, so special ed dollars, when they come into the state of Wisconsin, DPI has discretionary grants, and one of the grants is a family engagement parent grant that is funded through special ed dollars, IDEA dollars. And so the Wisconsin Statewide Parent Educator Initiative, as it says, is all about partnerships. It helps families and schools build positive working relationships that lead to shared decision-making and children's learning. So oftentimes, many people are familiar with other organizations that may be more of an advocacy, and it might be us against, parents against school districts. That's not the way we play here. It's all about collaboration, it's all about partnership, it's all about resolving concerns and issues and building those partnerships together. So our vision is that all families and school communities have the beliefs and knowledge and skills to meaningfully engage in effective decision-making to improve outcomes for students with all abilities. And then our mission is all about strong relationships to build effective partnerships. And certainly tonight, as I've heard the discussion with the open forum, public forum and stuff, you have lots of public and family engagement here, and that's what this is all about. So.
Yes, and so since February of 2019, we have had a very tight relationship with WISB supporting us. We have been focusing on exploring and forming the foundation of our beliefs, analyzing our needs in the district, building the capacity of our staff, and offering supports to families. At that time, I started with a district-wide team of general ed, special ed, and parents, general ed and special ed teachers and parents on my team. It was about a dozen or 15 people or so, super dynamic people, and we worked fast and hard with tremendous activities that February through June, and then the following fall, doing marvelous things. Just a quick introduction for you to our foundational beliefs. We believe that all parents have dreams for their children and want the best for them. That all families have the capacity to support their children's learning. That families and school staff are equal partners. And that the responsibility for collaborative family engagement work really does lie with the institution. That the educational system has to be the one that takes the lead to bring the families together with us to do this work. So now I need to tell you about Indicator 8. It is one of the 20 indicators that special education in school districts have to report on to the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, and every state then reports on that to the Federal Office of Special Education. In recent months, Jason Gay and Amanda Mack and I have talked about the procedural compliance self-assessment. That's our audit of IEPs and our practices. Indicator 8 and the PCSA tend to go together. They are on a 5-year cycle. They are done at the same time, the same school year. And so the last time we did Indicator 8, which is a family satisfaction survey, was in 2015. Since then, the 22 questions changed. Some questions changed. Some questions were reorganized. We're not going to talk about 2015 data tonight because I have a better comparison tool for you when we get to actually comparing data. But 2015 was the last time we did the state-required survey. So here's what happened. You might recall Friday, March 13th of 2020, the Safer at Home order came down. And that meant March 16th, all of our children were staying home. They were getting their education at home. They were getting their special education services at home. And that is the week that our Indicator 8 survey went out to families. So, crestfallen, because I knew we had worked really hard. We had done some fantastic things to prepare for that survey, to see some good improvement in our data. And I knew that the pandemic was going to impact how parents were going to feel about special education at that time. So the state actually decided to postpone the PCSA another year. They did not do that with the Family Engagement Survey. So the survey went out, the window closed June 30th of 2020. They did take away the requirements about response rate. So they had in place an expected response rate and an expected response rate from different demographic groups. They took those requirements away. They said, just send your survey once and let's see what you get back. What happened was, instead of returning our survey results that September, which would have been what they normally would do, survey closes in June, results in September, we waited another full year and we received the results in September of 2021. And so that's why we're talking about them now. The survey was in 2020. And when parents received their email from us, they had two survey options. And if they had children that were preschoolers with IEPs and children who were school age, they could do both surveys, or they chose. And the preschool children with IEPs had 21 respondents to that survey. We have about 200 students in the district in that 3 to 5-year-old range who have IEPs, but we only received 21 respondents. And one of your handouts from me is the results of that preschool survey. We're not going to talk about it very long because it's marvelous. There's not a whole lot to analyze here. The 22 questions have a 4-point Likert scale. And if parents responded with a 3 or 4, agree or disagree with the statement, that was the percentage of agreement that was calculated in that right-hand column. On your document there, and you can see we have 90 to 100% agreement on everything but one question. And that's a question I don't like, and we'll talk about it later. But our preschool survey went really, really well. And I think that's because of the people who teach our children who are 3 to 5 years old who have IEPs. You met Heather tonight. That's the kind of person that parents come to very anxious, very worried about their little bitty one who is not developing typically, and that kind of person with Allison, her paraprofessional, are who our parents meet and take comfort in knowing their children are being cared for. So we are going to talk about the school age survey. The school age children survey is children ages 5 in kindergarten through age 17. They don't survey parents of children 18 to 21. We have about 1,600 students in that age range, and we had 91 respond to this survey. So I believe the pandemic affected our response rate. What I have for you to look at as a comparison tool is another handout in your packet. It has some green and some blue. That is the school age survey. And I'm pretty pleased with us because in our work with Sherry and Amy Alfner, the other coordinator for WISBE at the time, we decided to send out the 22 questions to our families in our district just for our own knowledge. We did that in the spring of 2019, and we had 248 respondents. So that was great, and that was what led our work from February of 2019 until the new survey. So your comparison document shows the results of the 2019 district survey and the 2020 DPI required survey. The good news, we're going to talk about good news in our survey results first. We did meet the state requirement of an overall 89% agreement on the 22 questions. And for 14 of the 22 questions, we had an increase in the percentage of agreement from parents. So that was great news. That's a good place for us to start. We're going to keep celebrating for a minute here. In this chart, you can see I have some of the questions listed, the agreement rating, which is great, or the increase rate, which is great, which we felt very good about. What these statements tell me is that We're listening in IEP meetings, and we're sharing information appropriately in IEP meetings. Our staff are offering information in ways parents understand. They're talking about parent concerns. They're asking if the IEP services meet their child's needs. They listen to what the family wants. They're giving information about the general ed expectations around academics and behavior. And they offer information that helps the family in supporting their child being more independent and advocating for their needs. We've got a 9% increase on that one. That one feels very good to me. So we did share this and celebrate with our special educators at our January Winter Institute. I wanted them to know that this was really good information, good results. We have a few questions that I feel badly about the decrease, and I think for these questions, the decrease in the percent of agreement is probably indicative of the time when the parents filled out the survey. The second 2 weeks of March, or the last 2 weeks of March, were a pretty rough time for everyone, for education, for everyone, and how are they going to do their job? Will they keep their job? How do we stay healthy? All of those questions were on our plates at that point in the year. So, question 1, I'm an equal partner with school staff in planning my child's IEP. Of course, parents should feel that they are. That's how we want them to feel, and unfortunately, they may have felt that they weren't an equal partner because we were telling them, this is how education is right now. It's the pandemic. You're not sending your child to school. IEP meetings held at a time and place that meets my needs. We were holding things virtually. Parents needed to get used to that idea. Question 14, school staff clearly explain when and where my child will receive special education services and supports. Of course, we wanted to clearly explain that, but we were figuring it out. We were, as directors and administrators, we were in webinars with CISA and the state and national resources looking at what's our best avenue here, what's our best way of doing this work. So unfortunately, parents did not feel we were very clear with them. And then school staff explaining one or more of the options I have if I disagree with the decision of the IEP team. So this is that question that I didn't like on the preschool survey, and I'm going to tell you why I don't like it. Sherry's heard me complain about this. There are 2 reasons why I don't like it. It's written in such a way that sounds like it's the IEP team against the parent, and it shouldn't be written that way, because that's not how it is. I told you early on in beliefs, we believe that parents and schools are equal partners. And there is a document for communication options. It's one of your handouts. And on one side it explains what to do if you need to talk with someone, and on the back it has all the contact information. This is the document that question is referring to. It's called Communication Options for Families, and its subtitle is Options Available If You Have Questions or Disagree with a Decision of the School. Our staff never says to a parent at the meeting, and here's your paper about options if you disagree with us. That's not the way to present this kind of paper. So that's my complaint about that question. And of course, I want to be sure that parents know how to communicate with anyone that they need to. Their building team, their district level support people, the state. We pass that document to parents at every IEP meeting. I don't like that there's a 14% decrease in that response rate, and I certainly want us to make effort toward a better response rate the next time around on this. So these are things that I believe were impacted by the pandemic. These are some areas on the survey that I think we already have some strategies in place to improve the response rate, and things that I feel we need to dig into to figure out some better strategies. Question 12B, school staff include my child's hopes and interests for life after high school in their educational program. It's 77% agreement. That's only answered if the child is in grade 6 and above. I would really like parents to feel like they have more input and more to share with us, and that we're listening. Another one of your handouts is the student snapshot. It is a document that we have been encouraging our staff since the spring of 2019 through the help from WISPE, that this is a great survey to ask of parents because it answers all those questions on an IEP that are parent input. And it even tells the special educator where on the IEP to put this information. So that should help us address parents feeling heard. about what their expectations are for their child. Statements 15 and 18 are about offering parents information about opportunities outside of the district, in the community, as well as learning supports outside of the school. These are low ratings, 72 and 75%, and we have been working in these areas. We have a very robust resource website for families who have a child with an IEP. You have a QR code that will help you get there, and please share that with families who ask you for support for their child with an IEP. It is full of rich resources, not only in the district on how to understand getting an IEP, what your rights are. It also has resources for families who have a child ages 3 to 13, and then for families who have a child ages 14 to 21, because those are the transition years when families are getting ready for adulthood and they need to take some specific actions if their child has a disability. The second link there is a document that goes with our resource website. It lists what you should be looking for at each age level, at age 14, at age 15, at age 16, etc. The area where I think we have some exploring to do and some work to do on consistency is in IEP meetings discussing accommodations and modifications, and also making sure that all the support staff in the school know for each child's IEP what are the accommodations and modifications that they can be delivering. We do hear from parents that such and such teacher didn't know my child had an IEP. The hallway monitor didn't give my child more time to pass in the halls because he didn't know that was on my child's IEP. So we have to do some things. We have to talk with our staff about what works for you in communicating with your colleagues, and make sure that you're informing parents that you have communicated with all of the staff in the building who need to know about a child's IEP supports. So those are improvement strategies in the works.
Yeah, if I could just jump in on this, just to provide a little bit of context for the school board members here as well. Patty reflected upon these 5 questions that do appear to be lower, and I will tell you, these 5 questions are brand new. Because remember, Patty said in 2015 was the last time the survey was taken. DPI, as well as tons of stakeholders, educators, parents, agencies that support families that have a child with an IEP, actually revamped those questions. And these questions are new. And so that's number 1. So this is the first time a lot of families are seeing the question being asked. So not only was the pandemic occurring, but this also was brand new. But secondly, when I look at data across CISA 1 or even across the state, I find other school districts also finding these 5 questions lower as well. So it's not just unique to Waukesha. It's actually something that is being addressed across the state of Wisconsin in regard to Indicator 8. So
thank you.
Yep.
All right, so that you know, January 17th at Winter Institute, we had our special educators all in-house for half a day, and we shared with them the procedural compliance self-assessment, the pros and cons, the good we're doing, the things we need to improve on, as well as the Indicator 8 data and strategies that we need to be addressing there as well. And now I want to spend a little more time talking about the family engagement work that we have ongoing. Because we've got that Indicator 8 data, because we have those efforts in special education, we have this relationship with WISPE, and we have a district-wide team that is doing very specific work on family engagement, assessment, and planning. To be clear, every single school in the district does have family engagement activities. They have social events, they have parent education events that they plan in their building for their community. When we engage a school in working with us and our team, they're going to be doing some deeper soul searching, some work around beliefs on an individual level, on a school level, and this is pretty rich. It's like putting an additional continuous improvement plan in place in your building on top of all the other continuous improvement plans you're working on. So let's talk about that a little bit. I currently have about 30 people on my family engagement team. A couple years ago, it was about 12. And we have 3 parents. They are family engagement liaisons. They are parents who have a child with a disability, and they are resources to other parents in the district who have questions. They've gone through training through CISA, through the WISPE coordinators, and they are a fantastic resource for us in our work. We have 2 directors. Amanda Mack joins me in this work. 8 principals, 5 special ed teachers, 6 general ed teachers. We are paired up with Title I teachers, and we have 4 WISPE coordinators working with us at this time. And all of our work is focused on our own self-assessment as a team, as a district, building capacity for our staff. We have a home visit project in place right now, and we plan events for families for education. This is just a little bit, I'll go quick through this. We use the family engagement rubric provided from WISPE. Our district team reviewed that ourselves, and we set the goal for ourselves. You can see at the bottom here that the district is going to prioritize engagement opportunities that empower families to drive student achievement. We want parents to feel confident to participate in driving their students' achievement. And we have implemented a home visit pilot year. So the schools listed there, Lowell, Hadfield, Summit View, Banting, and Hawthorne, all went through, about 30 educators from those sites went through training in June with a plan to implement the home visit model in their schools this school year. And this is a commitment. These school teams have been building their capacity and the staff beliefs, that exploration of how they feel about how their building is delivering for their school families. They've done the family engagement rubric, and they've been involved in the Powerful Partnerships book study, which is a powerful book study. It's something that we base our work on. Those 4 core beliefs come from this work by Karen Mapp of Harvard University. Those staff have been involved in home visits this year, and we recently had an additional about 25 people go through training in February. Whittier built a team and went through that training, and another 15 additional teachers from those schools above also went through the new training. And I'm going to ask Sherry to give a little more background on the home visit model.
All right, thanks, Patty. The home visit model is something that the Department of Public Instruction deemed as an evidence-based practice. So remember when you all were talking about ESSER funding, right? And you need to have interventions and evidence-based practices. Family engagement has a couple of really solid evidence-based practices. And the Department of Public Instruction about 2-3 years ago said the National Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project is something that has evidence-based research behind it. In 2018, they did a study of parent-teacher home visits that showed a link to increased attendance rates. And you know, if students are in school and attending school, you're going to see improvements in student achievement. So at any rate, home visits is that evidence-based practice that you have over 30 teachers in your school district that are implementing. So again, as Patty said, this is a pilot year. So we just collected some data, and we're submitting some data to DPI. 55 families received a home visit at the beginning of this school year. Okay, so let me describe what that home visit looks like. So you'll see on the left or the right-hand side, you'll see those 5 different key features of our parent-teacher home visit. And we follow the model that is put forth by the national project. So number 1, visits are voluntary for all. That means it's voluntary for the teachers, because we don't require teachers to, that they must do it, but if they're in this project, we'd like them to do it. They don't have to do it with all families. We chose only 3 families to start with, because as a pilot, you want to start small, you want to find success, and then you want to scale it up, right? Number 2, educators are trained and are compensated. So this year, through the WISPE project, Waukesha has received a stipend. And Patty's going to talk about budget in a little bit. And through that stipend, our educators are paid to be trained, to attend monthly home visit school team projects or school team meetings. And then they're also expected to do 3 parent-teacher home visits with 3 families. So it's 3 at the beginning of the year, 3 at the end of the year. So, and so as we said, it's just a pilot year. What's really different about parent-teacher home visits, as we've trained staff on, is that it's relational. It's not going in and checking to see, if the individual hasn't been in school, so what's going on there, or, those types of things that sometimes routinely social workers might be doing those visits, or principals in the past. These are all about relationships. So that's where we share hopes, dreams, and goals, that number 3. And it really ties in, if you think about that question 12B that Patty shared about in the indicator 8, that talked about hopes and dreams and interests in high school, that ties in really, really well with starting that off early. So, so that first home visit, when you go into that home visit, our teachers ask questions to the families about their hopes and dreams. It's not talking about academics. It's talking about, let's get to know one another and develop some relationships between one another, okay? 4, we don't target students. So even though my grant is special ed focused, we asked teachers to make sure that at least a portion of the families that got a home visit had a child with an IEP. But we certainly hit students that were very diverse. They were English language learners, some families that had moved in from other countries. We had families that maybe, didn't have a child that was struggling at all, but just wanted to go in and meet with the family. It's been really, really cool in working with each one of your teams and hearing the stories from families, or not from families, but from the educators. And then finally, number 5, educators go in pairs. And then they reflect. So in this model, it's not one individual going into the home on their own. It's actually 2 teachers. They don't even necessarily have to have a relationship with that family or with that student. It could be anyone in the building. So we have school staff that are trained that are special ed, speech and language, general ed teachers, social workers, principals. So we've got a variety of people, and they pair up. Your educators have paired up, gone in, and done the home visits. The other thing about the home visits that I wanted to make sure you understood is we trained the teachers and staff on not only in-person home visits, but virtual home visits. Due to the pandemic, that was an option. So each one of your 5 schools that implemented the home visits got to choose and decide how they wanted to do those home visits as well. But, your school district is one of 7 school districts that are actually doing this work in our state. And your school staff have just gone above and beyond in embracing the home visit evidence-based practice. So,
thank you. We also have implemented family education through a literacy series. We've been doing that for several years, and we've been doing it in collaboration with Title. Title has a family engagement expectation as well, and this collaborative work has been very, very beneficial for both of our groups because the rich resources are just tremendous. This was extremely helpful during last year when we weren't bringing families into our buildings at all. This slide deck, if you would like to go through it, is a resource. It's sort of our warehouse of event activities that could be done virtually. And this year the schools are holding them in person, and it's very rich. We have parents that are very enthused about coming into school now, now that we no longer have the doors closed. In September, Hadfield had 130 people attend their family engagement event on literacy. Higher had 144 people in October. Banting had 265 in November. Bethesda had 283 in January. Hawthorne has an event that they planned in February. I don't have their data. Whittier and Hadfield have plans for March, and Lowell has a plan for April. And so all those families coming in and taking part in the literacy model is what we like to think is going to be building family capacity and family confidence toward driving their students' achievement. We've also provided something that is new for us this year, which is behavior strategies activities for families. Our district uses the Crisis Prevention Institute's training on nonviolent crisis intervention to train our staff to de-escalate situations with students. And that institute, CPI, has created a version of that training for families. And we have, one of our trainers is trained in that, and we're piloting with presentations this year. So far, we've been at specific school communities. Hadfield, Whittier, and Les Paul have hosted those events for their families. They have been very well responded to. Our little exit survey was very, very positive from the families who attended those. So we are looking at how to continue and expand this this spring and into next school year. And what we've been talking about so far has really all been for families of all children. These are some parent education sessions that are coming up that are just for parents of children with IEPs. Our family engagement team has built a presentation on preparing for IEP meetings, how to participate, how to bring your questions, how to work collaboratively with the teacher. And Summit View is going to present this for their building on March 3rd, this week. And then it will be scheduled again this spring, district-wide. The second event on April 6th is a district-wide event, and it is about transition for the parent's perspective. We have had feedback from parents that those moves that their children make from early learning to elementary, from elementary to middle to high school to post-high school are really challenging for the parent, and they feel unprepared for that. And we know that we put a lot of time and effort into preparing the children for those moves and the teachers who are receiving the children, but this event is to help parents prepare. So I had mentioned we have parents on our family engagement team. They've been a very rich resource on what are the questions parents have that we need to answer. And so that's been very helpful. That event will be coming up in April. These events always include childcare. We ask parents to register and tell us in advance if they need childcare for the event, and we provide our Spanish translator as well if that's needed. So how do we keep this going? Because all that we're talking about really is above and beyond a day of teaching for the people who are on this team. And WISP's support with us has been helpful in terms of those stipend funds, and they have increased what they're providing for us over the years, which has been extremely helpful. Our special education funds are also included in some of this work because we've got Indicator 8 to support, and our work with Title I means that we are sharing and being efficient with the monies that we get from our various sources. The things that we need to address with the dollars we receive include the trainings, books for our staff, books for children attending the literacy events, materials, food and beverages at our events, because we know that that's important if we're hosting something at 5 or 6 o'clock. People need to have dinner. And then stipends to our staff, because they're building the professional development for other staff, and they're also building the presentations and participating in the events for families. So that's how we fund this work.
And I'm just going to pop in here and say our WISP grant will next year continue to support this, but we know over time, we've done 4 years, and that's because Patty has been just a great leader, and Joe has been very supportive in doing family engagement work. This isn't easy work, And it's challenging sometimes to figure out how do you fit it in to everything else. And really, family engagement is part of each and every piece of everything that we do. It's just trying to figure out how does it fit and where should we be asking questions about what is the impact on the students and their families. But this example here of how Title I has come in and joined in the family engagement work, because it's not just special ed families, as Patty has said. And so that's like a prime example of how you braid funding, and getting to your point about thinking about sustainability when you brought up questions about budget in coming years and how do you build things in. That's something that I'd like you all to think about. I was a board member for 8 years in the Elmbrook School District, so I know what you guys all have on your plates and what you're thinking about. But sustainability and keeping things going when something is working well, and this, I mean, what's happening with family engagement work in Waukesha is working really well, and it's not working any better. I mean, there's not another school district that's got things going like you guys do. And I just commend Patty and Joe and the school district as a whole for thinking about ways to support family engagement even alongside our stipend funding from our grant, because that's how you build things and how you sustain things over time. So I just had to pop in and say that. So
Thank you.
yeah.
All right. What do we have to look forward? What do we have ahead of us? We actually need to do some data collection. We haven't had one good year since we started in February of 2019 to judge our work, to collect the data and work from. So this might be that year. We have our family events across the board that we have exit surveys that we're pulling from. We have our families who are involved in the home visit experience will be surveyed at the end of the year. And then our district team will review that family engagement rubric and analyze how we feel about our work this year to build parent confidence and what we would like to address ongoing for next year. I write an end-of-the-year report to WISPE, and our team will do some goal setting. Some brainstormed ideas for the coming school year. Summer Institute is a very good opportunity to do some staff development. And so ongoing work with our teachers on what are some positive communication strategies that can build those relationships with families would be a good topic. Including more of the Title I schools. Almost all of them are participating with my program, and including the ones that are left, and then maybe adding one or two of our middle schools to our family engagement work. Increasing our staff trained in and implementing home visits, working on improvement in our Indicator 8 survey data, and then once again doing that 22-question survey for the parents, because we've got the 2019 data, the 2020 data, and I'm thinking spring of 23 would be a good time to ask again. In closing, I just want you to know these are the names of the marvelous people who work on my team at the district level. I will not read them to you, but if you know these people and you see them, know that they are very valuable contributors to the work that we are doing in family engagement. And we are ready to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments? How many districts in the state are doing this?
Currently, there are 7 school districts. So just to give you an idea, Green Bay, Waukesha, Fond du Lac, Waupun, Baraboo, Adams Friendship, and Mellon. So Mellon's way up in CESA 12, just itty bitty little school district. So we've got big and small. And as I said, by far, we've been working with Patty and her team has grown. And like I said, the commitment in Waukesha to really embrace an evidence-based strategy like home visits and to really do the professional learning and the work behind it is really exemplary compared to our other school districts that I don't know what it is about you guys, but I her team, the team is phenomenal. Everyone who's on, when you see that list of people, every one of those people on that list are incredible contributors, thoughtful, hardworking, just put their heart and soul. And then that doesn't even talk about each one of the buildings. So Hadfield, Lowell, Hawthorne, Banting, and who am I missing?
Whittier.
Whittier. No.
Summit View.
Summit View. There we go. Okay. Each one of those teams have
a team.
5 to 10 people on their teams, and you know, now they've got more people that have just been trained in home visits, and they're scaling it up. It's amazing. Each one of my colleagues, so there are 4 WISPE coordinators, Stephanie Adrahan, Carlene Chavez, Amy, and I, that are supporting WISPE this year. Because of the pandemic, and we only had 7 school districts, because school districts were dealing with COVID in the fall, they didn't want to take on a stipend and try to do family engagement work. So that's why Waukesha has 4 WISPE coordinators working to support your 5 school teams and your district team, because you guys have 6 teams that are actively, well, actually, Whittier makes 7 teams going. That's pretty phenomenal. And so we just go to every one of the building meetings, we support staff, we support the work, and like I said, it's pretty phenomenal, so.
And have you ever gotten together as a group of 6 districts to share?
So that's something we've talked about. Now that the numbers are coming down, we had talked about pulling together probably in August or September in the fall, bring people together. We're not confident right now that people would actually come together in the spring here. But when we implemented family engagement planning in 2016-17, that's the model we actually started with, where we brought everybody together in the fall, and then after they've worked all school year long, we brought them together in the spring to celebrate their successes, to share what wasn't working, their lessons learned, so that they could learn from one another. But just like the pandemic has affected you guys, it's affected our work as well, so.
Anything else? Just really exciting work. I mean,
Thank you.
I know how important that is to engage families, and we all do. And we're very proud of you for all your extra efforts, Patty and your team, and everyone else that's supporting you, because it's unique in the state, and you were selected, and I'm not at all surprised that that's as successful as it is. So keep it up, great work. And we look forward, for you to come back sometime and give us an update on where things are headed.
We'll do that.
Very nice job. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You guys have a good evening too. This brings back memories for me.
There's an open seat right here, Sherry.
Oh, well, I told Patty, I was enjoying your meeting.
She was enthralled.
I really was. So thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, that's right. Should we take a short recess?
Now's the time?
Yeah, take a short recess, yeah. We're actually going to take a 5-minute break, just so everyone can stand up and... To high school social studies update. Rachel Herman, our Director of Secondary Learning, will introduce our guests, and we'll turn it over to you. Thank you for being here. We look forward to your presentation tonight.
Well, thank you for having us, and thank you first and foremost to our teachers. I don't think that they were expecting when I sent them the calendar invite to show up to Teaching and Learning at 6 o'clock that they would be starting their presentation at 9:36. So I told them I probably should have ordered them a pizza at like 7, but I appreciate all of you being here, so thank you. Tonight I have with me Kendra Zarnick, who is an instructional coach in our district, but who has also served as a social studies teacher. Chris Knutson, who is a social studies teacher at Waukesha West. Steve Rux, who is also at Waukesha West. Ross Freshwater, who is an economics teacher at Waukesha South. And then you might be asking, like, why is Molly Habenshield here? She has nothing to do with social studies. She is going to be, Molly Habenshield, our CTE coordinator, is going to be speaking to us about how personal finance fits into this social studies recommendation we're going to be talking to you about. And then Dan Prothero is a personal finance teacher over at Waukesha South, and he'll be talking a little bit about that course.
Awesome.
So just to give you a general update on where we're at the high school level with social studies, we are still in phase 1 of that curricular adoption process. We're continuing to pilot our curricular resources to support human geography, world history, and U.S. history. Something that's important to note is that as we have been piloting and working with curricular vendors, we have not been able to secure a resource that has supported a semester-long world history class. They don't exist. All of our world history resources are designed to support a year-long world history class. And so if, when we move through our recommendation, we are to maintain a semester-long world history class, we would most likely not look at recommending a curricular purchase with that. Simply to be fiscally responsible, we would only be using half of what that resource would provide. We finished with our first resource. We collected student feedback, teacher feedback on that, and we're currently piloting the second resource. So we piloted a resource from Pearson and TCI, and we're now piloting with McGraw-Hill. We spent a significant amount of time at our last curricular work session looking at our course sequence and going back to Appendix A, which you all had in your last board document, looking at really our data, our rationale, the standards for what we are recommending around our social studies requirements. We had quite a significant conversation around looking at the economics requirements, the social studies standards, and making sure that we heard the concerns that you as board members raised around the requirements, and could we address those concerns. And so we're hoping to do that tonight in our presentation. The current social studies requirements in the district, we currently require 3.5 credits. I've reviewed this with you in the past. So 1 in human geo, 0.5 in world, 1 in U.S. history, 0.5 in gov, which is required by state statute, and then 0.5 in econ. Our proposal going into the 23-24 school year, beginning with the incoming 9th grade class, is that we would be looking at still maintaining the 3.5 credits, but pushing that world history up to a full year-long requirement, turning economics into an elective offering. So again, we're not removing economics. It remains on our books as a class that students can take. And then we would be requiring students to take personal finance before they complete high school. Personal finance standards, just going back, are also required by state statute to be taught. And so what we have done in the past is we have infused those personal finance standards into our economics class. And again, after a thorough analysis of both our personal finance class, our current economics class, the current way that DPI has instructed us to teach social studies, we no longer feel that those personal finance standards that we are required to teach per state statute fit in that econ class. We feel like they are best suited in a personal finance class, which Molly and Dan are going to talk to you about in a little bit. So this is a really word-heavy slide. I'm not going to read it word for word, but what I'm going to tell you is that we have 4 main rationales for this recommendation. And the course of this presentation is going to take these 4 main points and give you really concrete examples that connects back to each of them. The first rationale for the change really revolves around our students' literacy achievement. We continue to hear a narrative in this system that our students are not achieving when it comes to literacy at the levels for which we want to see. What we know is that on the state forward exam, our students in 10th grade social studies continue to remain stagnant or in some cases decline. What we can ensure is that when students are in a year-long social studies class in 10th grade, they are getting literacy skills in comparison to other elective classes that they are taking instead. Classes like strength and fitness, classes like chef foods, classes like entrepreneurship. While those are all fantastic classes, they are not teaching the disciplinary literacy skills that we know are mandated by the social studies standards that we're going to go into later in the presentation. Our second rationale is around the new standards for social studies, which again demand an integration of the 5 key themes, one of which is economics. It is no longer recommended that economics is taught in a silo, and that comes again directly from our state standards and the research behind how students learn the principles of economics. Our third rationale is around our consistent striving, the way that we're consistently striving to integrate curricular experiences that promote global perspectives. We heard testimonials from students within our system who said that for the first time in their schooling experience, this was the course where they saw themselves and their cultures represented in their curriculum. That's pretty powerful when we know what we know about students seeing and hearing about their experiences and how that connects to both engagement and achievement. And then the last piece is what I've already discussed, which is our state mandates that we teach personal finance. We did a neighboring comparison evaluation. We looked at all of our neighboring school districts to see where those standards are best aligned. And again, in most of our neighboring districts, we see that those standards are taught through personal finance as a required course. And I can show you the specifics of that neighboring comparison if anybody would like to see them. So as I mentioned, our student achievement data, you've seen this before. We showed this to you the first time that we presented. This is our overall 10th grade forward data, which aligns directly to our ACT data. It tells a very similar story. That's the test our students take their junior year. This is what they take their 10th grade year for social studies. And again, this is overall all of our 10th graders, and we can see that it continues to remain stagnant or again, in some cases, decline. And so when we look at social studies and literacy skills, our team did an analysis of the standards. These are the skills that come directly from the social studies standards that we know that they're getting their freshman and their sophomore year. So the standards are broken down by grade bands. In a year-long social studies class, they are developing questions, they're reading complex text, they're evaluating sources, they're examining author bias, they're writing, they're conducting research, they're developing civic engagement. And so again, when we hear the narrative around we want to increase students' literacy achievement, requiring them to be in a year-long social studies course, their freshman, sophomore, and junior years, these are the skills that we are ensuring they are doing every day. They're getting reps with these things. And that, again, I can't guarantee that they're getting these skills when they're taking some of those other elective areas. And it's not to negate the other elective areas, they can still take those classes. But I can guarantee that they're getting this. This is just, again, a visual. You've seen this before. This is what the new standards really are asking us to do around the 5 key themes of social studies. And again, it's really that integration. So this talks a little bit about what the economics strand is asking of us. And I'm going to have Kendra, she's going to read to you, I think she's going to read it word for word. And I know that might sound silly, and we tell teachers, like, don't read directly from the slide. But this is, for our team, when we looked at this was probably one of the most powerful things that we read that came out of the research that the Department of Public Instruction put out. We talked to our DPI rep for social studies, her name's Chris McDaniels, at length about this. And after Kendra reads this, the teachers are going to talk to you a little bit about what does this look like in action, because this is the theory. What does this look like in their classes, and what results is that producing?
So this quote says, "The strands in social studies are meant to be used together. For example, although trade and movement of goods and services is an important aspect to the study of human geography, indicators on trade will mostly be found in the economic strand. It will be helpful to educators and districts conducting a curriculum review to unpack the standards in every strand to see where they are best met in the local district. Research in social studies education supports this. Studies have shown that students recall and understand themes and topics better if the social studies strands are integrated and not taught in isolation." So the first example that we have is for human geography, which our students take as a year-long course, their 9th grade year. And so these are 2 examples of social studies strands that we selected. So for instance, in the first strand, it talks heavily about the cost-benefit analysis. Much like what we would see with a housing market, for instance, if you were going to look for a house in a city where you're going to see higher prices compared to in the country, that's what you would see if we were going to look at a unit in human geography, like our agricultural unit, where you are going to see that land prices are going to be cheaper as you move farther and farther from the city or that commercial business district. And so this is what students will be learning about. They will take looks at different graphs as well as maps and be able to analyze and explain why this bid rent theory, or why this idea of land being cheaper as you move away from districts where all of that money is being traded, will happen. In addition, the idea of mass production and specialization will occur, and that's where the cost-benefit analysis also comes into play. The second standard then talks more about that consumers producers, which I think is where we often see or hear of economics being taught. And this really goes back to the idea of subsistence versus commercial agriculture when we teach about it in our agricultural unit. And so this one is talking about how are families going to provide for themselves with subsistence agriculture compared to commercial agriculture, and then really going back to what we were talking about previously. If somebody is choosing to commercialize, then how does that look in that bid rent theory? Really talking about the profits that they are going to make, or those margins, as well as then how does that relate to what's happening within the world. And that is talked about in that last bullet point, talking about the commodity chains, thinking of how does everything eventually get to you. One of the examples that our students talk about at length is like French fries, for instance. Like, it's easy for me living in the city to just go to McDonald's and get French fries. However, our students also have to think of what are the costs, not only monetary, but in terms of your time or resources, that capital or those assets, if you were going to grow your own French fries. So you had to plant the potatoes, you had to have not only those potatoes, but also, let's say, the oil, the salt, and whatever else. I'm not a cook, so whatever else you need for potatoes, maybe they would take Chef Foods for that. So, you know, just that in terms of how are students learning or thinking about critically going to McDonald's versus growing something on their own, and seeing that real life application in terms of being a consumer and producer, not only for themselves or in that subsistence agriculture, but like on a world market as well.
Okay, and then for world history, we have 3 strands that we selected that we thought fit really well with the unit on industrialization and imperialism. And again, you can't obviously, this unit, for example, but I would argue pretty much almost every unit I teach in world history, you can't separate economics from what we're learning about. I mean, it has to do with obviously power and resources and who gets what, where, and when, and how. And so, as an example here, for imperialism or the scramble for Africa, just trying to get resources. I mean, we just actually got done learning about mercantilism, which is like one of the isms. And so then students start to ask, well, what is, I've heard of communism, what does that mean? And so all of this terminology comes about throughout the course. And so you have to explicitly teach it, and you have to do a lot of repeated exposure for them to really learn the vocabulary in a way where they can understand the history, because they're not going to understand the history if they can't understand the economic concepts. And so, for example, here, this is having to do with resource allocation, distribution of wealth, and basically how supply and demand can dictate that when we have new raw materials in a place like Africa that we're taking those resources from. In the second strand, I would like to, actually, if you wouldn't mind just clicking on that DBQ example, I just kind of wanted to show how for this strand, you can look and you can see throughout, if you want to scroll down just a little bit. Here we have up just a little, I'm sorry. Here we have, in the one above it, I'm sorry, document 1. So here you can see, and we have, obviously, some of these are primary sources. Others of them, here's a chart, but you also, down lower, we have a graph. So when we're studying history and economics through history, we are analyzing, here's the graph, right? And so, like, what happened when you start to see it go up like that? Well, we obviously talk about that, we explore that, but you have to obviously understand the economic principles behind that in order to study the graph. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, in a world history course, we're looking at these primary sources, these charts, these graphs, we're analyzing them, and students are learning these strands and standards. If you want to go back to the last one here. The third strand, impact of urbanization, distribution of wealth. We thought that kind of fit in with the larger, I guess, the strand of institutions, corporations, labor unions. And so hopefully, and you can go back and look at these examples as well and see how they kind of, how they tie into these strands specifically. And we just got done with our unit on exploration and colonization, and there were a lot of students that were writing about how mercantilism, and then how by the end of that era that we were learning about, we kind of have the advent of capitalism. And so, turn it over to Steve.
Okay. All right. I teach U.S. history, and unit, I was looking at the different standards in econ and trying to figure out what lessons fit into that. So I'm just going to talk about one lesson that we just finished. And the economic standard has to do with supply and demand and competition, monopolization of industries. And so I think it really fits well with the Gilded Age, heavy industrialization at the conclusion of the Civil War. So with that heavy industrialization, we take a look at some of those, the rise of industrial capitalism, and some of those individuals that either could be considered captains of industry or robber barons. And so we pose that question to them. How should history judge these individuals as captains of industry or robber barons? And so we break the kids up into small groups, and they'll research different people like Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, make it a little bit more relevant and recent, and take somebody like Bill Gates. And they take a look at some of the innovative practices and some of the ruthless practices of some of these industrialists and how they monopolized their industries to some extent. And so as we look at that, also some of the positive things, there had to be a demand for steel at that time. There had to be innovation, such as the Bessemer process and refining of oil and the internal combustion engine at that time that really caused for a high demand for those products. And so the demand for infrastructure, railroads, and the building of bridges and so forth. So also efforts in philanthropy and how they gave back to society. And so kids will make that judgment, get captains of industry or robber barons. And usually what you find is they're both, they're both. And so, we take a look at vertical versus horizontal integration, which is a way to monopolize the market. And also we take a look at how government will begin to regulate. And so how much regulation is enough? And I think that's something that we wrestle with today. And it's something, so we spent some time with that in our research and our discussion. Also the response of labor and also consumers, different movements, progressive reforms, populist movements. And so students at the end, this is really a 3-day process. They have a research day, and then they have a presentation day that's very informal for 1 day where they learn from one another, and they'll add to their documents. And then the last day we'll have some type of assessment. So for my AP US History students, they'll do possibly a DBQ, get a document-based question, which would be a very long essay, or a short answer question. So I have one linked in here for my AP US History students. For my regular US History students, they wrote a thesis statement that had a counter argument. Although they are captains of industry because of this, they are robber barons because of this and that, and then they defend one of their claims in writing. And so they apply whichever content sticks in their mind and apply that to their writing. And same thing for the short answer question. It's about making sure that you state a claim, a compelling claim, and then defend it with accurate evidence and to be able to support that, which is embedded in their reasoning. So that's how the lesson, I think, applies to this one economic standard. And as I look at all the economic standards, most of them we're already doing in U.S. history. And there's a couple that are quite specialized. And so I'm assuming that there are other ways that we can get to those economic standards.
That might be fun, actually. Find those avenues.
Yeah.
So one of the concerns that we heard from you as a board the last time we presented was, the economics course there was so much in economics. There's so much in these standards. How can you possibly infuse the economic standards within these other courses? And so what we wanted to do was illustrate for you how that is already being done by, again, just giving you a snippet into just one unit, how that looks. But know that as part of this deep dive, what these teams did was, as Steve just mentioned, they took, here's all the economic standards, and do we see this fitting within all of our courses? Because we know that with standards, kids need to spiral with them. We can't hit it once and assume that they get that. And so that's something that we looked at really heavily. We consulted with our economics teachers to ask them, right, do we feel comfortable as an econ teacher with this move? And so Ross is here to answer any questions that you might have when we get to the question portion. And we still, again, have that economics course for students who, right, as they experience this integration, but want to, right, I'm really interested in that concept. It's still available for them, right? Now I want to really look at it at that micro level. You can take economics as an elective. You can take AP economics as a course. And so we still offer it as an elective. But again, with this switch, we're ensuring that that freshman and sophomore year, we are giving them that year-long literacy-rich experience that currently does not exist. And so we're going to move now, kind of pivot into, with this recommendation comes an additional requirement that we are saying that we want all students to take a semester of personal finance. We are currently monitoring, there's some legislation right now going on that 1 full credit of personal finance is being recommended. We'll see where that goes and adjust as we need to. Right now, again, our recommendation is 0.5 credits of personal finance before a student graduates. And so Molly and Dan are going to talk to us a little bit about that.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to come here tonight to talk about personal finance. I want you to think about a student from a neighboring district who had a working family. They had average income. They had a student that was a first-time college student that neither of their parents went to college. They really didn't talk about money. The student didn't want for much. They got their own car loan for their first $1,000 car and drove it until they couldn't anymore. They applied for a FAFSA on their own. And one day at college, they walked past a credit card table that was handing out Reese's peanut butter cups, which happened to be that student's favorites. And that student filled out that application not knowing what they were getting themselves into. Fast forward 5 years, thousands of dollars of credit card debt, and unable to secure an apartment. That student was me. My family did not choose to talk about money. My family did not provide me the opportunity to learn before I made these mistakes that changed the trajectory of my life. And thankfully, there are systems in place to get people out of situations like this. But ultimately, our duty in Waukesha is to make sure that our students are life ready, and that includes being financially stable and free. So, obviously I'm passionate about this. I'm thankful that Waukesha has a class for students already as an elective, but I can lay my head on my pillow at night knowing that we could do better, and here is our chance. So when Rachel came to me and talked to me about this opportunity, obviously it's been a pipe dream of ours because we do believe in the financial literacy needs of our students. And why we think it needs to be a standalone requirement is because it is right now embedded in, as you heard, econ with all of the other things that they have to teach. Sometimes it falls off, like we don't get to it. Or I really love to talk about this, so I spend more time talking about it. Where if it's a standalone class, we can guarantee those theories and those financial skills are being taught. There is a tremendous amount of research about the foundational skills about strong money habits being taught early and often to help students avoid mistakes and life struggles like I did. It has positive impacts on borrowing, choosing to apply for financial aid, taking the right amount of financial aid, less credit card debt, and making really sound financial decisions moving forward. And our students in high school are at that impetus of making some pretty significant, big financial decisions. Applying for school, applying for a car loan, getting a credit card, which isn't the worst thing ever if we're taught how to use it correctly. In addition, I think this is one of my bigger things is to take the taboo topic of finance off the table and make it something that we can talk about as families and as a community. And it has a trickle-out effect. The more we talk about it, the better educators are with their credit, with their finance, the better the families are, and the better our community is. And ultimately, students with low socioeconomic status or moderate income ranges can benefit the most from having this as a requirement for graduation. So these are the 6 main strands of personal finance as the state is recommending. I'm not going to bore you by reading all of the standards because that's not really, I know you all can read really great, so you can do that on your own time. but I wanted to touch base on a few of the things. The first one is financial mindset, and it's really getting the students to understand why we need to start talking about finance early, why we need to plan for things, how we are consumers, how the world operates, whether it's U.S. economy, foreign economy. It's developing a budget. It's coming up with a plan for my financial future and understanding all of the resources that exist. The second strand is education employment, and it's really looking at personal checks, your income, how taxes are deducted, what other deductions come out of our paycheck, what other compensations exist beyond just pay, like insurance, which is not even on their radar right now because they are invincible. How employment opportunities, employment rates, labor market, all impacts our personal financial futures. The third strand is on money management. Again, really looking at ways to budget money, how to manage it, all the different financial institutions that exist to help us save, invest, and grow as financial users. The next one is savings and investment, which, why wouldn't that be a whole unit, right? Talking about all the different concepts on how to save, what are the options, where can I invest, how can I grow my money? We look at the stock market, we look at big ticket purchases, whether it's purchasing a car, buying a house. What are the things that you need to know and be able to do before you can go in to a financial contract? Credit and debit, or debt, oh, I'm thinking accounting with debit. Credit and debt, this is probably the scariest topic to talk about, but also one of the more important ones, to understand the benefits of credit and the costs of using credit. To look at the laws that exist for all the different ways you can invest your money, how interest and fees come into play, debt resolution and high-cost lenders, because that is the reality of some of our families, is that they don't know that these things can be predatory. So looking at loans for all these different big purchases. Risk management and insurance is the last one, looking at different ways that we can invest money, look at the risks, the consequences of those, the purpose of insurance, the types of insurance, the cost of insurance, and how you enter into contracts. And then I wanted to touch base on the things in purple are more of like our big unit summatives that we would do, or big projects. And our kind of final thing that we do is a reality day, or financial fitness we call it. Right now we're partnering with Educators Credit Union, and all of our students in personal financial planning as an elective get to participate in this, and thankfully a lot of our board have stepped up and joined in the past. But the student takes on a job that they want right now. They figure out their income, they have a family, they have taxes that they have to pay, they have to secure housing, insurance, car, gas, health insurance, childcare, and they always want to ask grandma to watch that child, but guess what? That's not always reality. So we give them 1 month of life in that 40-minute period, and they have to try and balance that budget for a month. And one of my favorite days, and I think Amanda and Bill can probably speak to that too because they've attended in the past, but these students, it is honestly a reality check for them to see how challenging it is, and it gives them a perspective like, I need to go home and thank my mom and dad. I need to go home and thank my support system for making these things possible, because it is a costly ticket. On the bottom, at the very bottom, we have some other resources that we use every day. We have a Knowledge Matters personal finance simulation that allows the students to interact on a low-risk environment. We use curriculum from Next Gen Personal Finance, Bonsai, Secure Futures, and some other tools that exist. We have so many really great resources that we can embed in this course and really show relevance to what they're learning that they'll use today, tomorrow, and the rest of their future. I have Dan here as a teacher because he's really in the weeds with personal finance, and I'll give him a minute to share with you why he loves teaching this course.
Just took after the thunder, but that's all right. In addition to all the awesome things that we just heard about there, we do cover stock market investing. We play the stock market game. We give all the students $100K and see what they can do over a certain time span, if they can make it grow. We talk about cryptocurrencies, NFTs, real estate, collectibles, commodities, in addition to all these other things here. I'm lucky. I love coming to work every day because I get to talk to kids about this stuff that they're going to meet head-on the minute they step out of high school, and for many before that. This is real-life stuff that they're going to encounter every day for the rest of their lives. So I love my job. I love the fact that I get to come in here and do this. And as a parent of kids in this district, current and graduated, this is something I want my kids to leave the school district of Waukesha having under their belt. Now, this is the best course for it. Econ's got a lot of stuff going on, and as I'm sitting here listening to your units of study, I'm like, how can you possibly cover that? Plus, there's no way. So, personal financial planning is the class that is the right place. Having taught in a neighboring district where it was a requirement and having brought that program before a board once before to get it approved, it's a no-brainer. It makes sense. It's the right fit. This is where it belongs. We've got an opportunity to make this right. Let's do it. Thank you.
So as next steps around, again, there's lots of work happening with this high school social studies team. And I'll be coming back to you next month with an update on our middle school social studies team. We're continuing to pilot our curricular resource. We are thinking that we're going to be able to come back to you in April, but it might be May. We are continuing to collect student feedback and teacher feedback around those resources. And then working with Molly, we will continue to utilize the Next Gen Personal Finance Grant. So again, that's available to us should we require personal finance. We have access to upwards of $30,000 to revisit that course, decide if we need to make any course revisions, look at sponsorship for those field trips that they just talked about, look at additional teacher training. And so we'll be working with Molly on what that grant entails. And like I said, hoping to come back April, might be May, depending on what the results of our second pilot bring us. And that's where we're at. Questions for our team?
Mr. Baumgart.
The personal finance class, is that in place now?
Yes.
Watch my kind.
Currently,
Is that
it's currently on the books right now, but it is not currently required.
No, okay, so we are delivering that class. It's available.
We have that.
It's just an optional class right now?
Correct.
And is that the class you would like? Okay, I'm clear, thank you.
And, you know, I'd like to add that because economics is required right now, I actually do a lot of the same stuff that Dan does because I know I'm going to have every student in front of me. So I actually duplicate some of what he does because I want to make sure.
In the economics class?
Correct, because I want to make sure that every student that comes through our building has the skills that they're talking about because they're so elemental. And, you know, I probably burn a couple weeks of my economics class doing that because it's so crucial, right? But he's got it. He's good at it. I don't really have to be doing that. He's got it covered. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Piazzik.
Thank you all for being here so late. I have quite a few questions. When are we doing U.S. history right now? Is that junior year?
Junior year, yes.
So some of these questions will kind of be intersected. So if the focus is increasing, one of the outcomes would be to improve our proficiencies on the 10th grade MAP test, but integrating econ into U.S. history in 11th grade that's not what we're focused on with that conversation, or?
The goal is to increase literacy on both the Forward as well as the ACT and Aspire. So the integration of the economic standards is what the standards demand of us. So going back to that slide.
Yeah, with all the circles.
No, going back to this, the slide that Kendra read. So if we go back and look at this slide, we're really talking about this idea that the way in which kids are retaining and processing that information, what we're finding is that when we integrate the social studies standards, so when we don't take the economic strand and teach it in isolation, but we integrate it with the history strand, with the geography strand, that students are recalling and understanding the information better. So that's what the standards are demanding of us. And then the goal of that sophomore level year-long class is that literacy skills in a social studies class, we know are going to be developed, which we know will then impact our forwarding ACT scores.
I'm a nerd, so I love economics.
Me too.
Okay.
Let's be friends.
But, you know, the economics is often jokingly called the dismal science, right? Like, you know, even economists, I mean, that's the self-deprecating joke that they throw on themselves. And, you know, I really do think that if you can bring it to life with things like history, human geography, where you're able to integrate it into a story, you know, you're able to make it part of a drama. And that's what teenagers dig, right? I mean, they breathe some life into this so that, you know, I can wrap my arms around it. I do think it's possible. You know, I sat here and I went through the economics standards, and I've taught U.S. history, I've taught world history. I was an AP world history teacher as well. And, you know, as I pour through these standards, there are a lot of things in our nation, in our world, that I think you can build a good story around, that integrate these different standards into them. You know, I think it's going to take some conversations, right?
Yeah, you know, I just looking at what I teach for AP US history, the booms and the busts, you know, throughout American history, you know, recessions, great recessions, and the approach to try to change that, expansion of foreign markets and the reasons behind that, supply and demand, establishment of different types of currency, and questions about national bank, and should we have a national bank, and tariffs, and, you know, it's embedded in our history, and you can't teach American history without teaching a significant amount of economics and geography. And, you know, there's really 7 different themes, and economics is one of those that we teach American history throughout the year.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and I assume our econ classes are not just, you know, cranking through concepts without context, and I think that's the benefit right now of having kids completing some social studies and some history. Maybe you don't see it that way.
No, I do.
I thought somebody was going to.
Well, I mean, look, in an ideal world, they'd take it all, right?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
7 social study credits required.
But we're talking about 3.5 or 4, right? I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess I'm here to say that I think it's doable. And it could be interesting, you know. I mean, you know, one thing that keeps teaching fresh and that keeps you on your toes is the need to reinvent what you do. And I think that this will push us to do a little bit of that, you know.
I'm assuming you and our other econ teachers have a special certification to teach econ?
We do.
Yeah.
I took the test here in Wisconsin to become certified.
There's new licensure, however, the new 612 licensure for social studies for under Broadfield social studies allow our teachers who graduate with that to teach econ.
Okay.
So they are changing licensure requirements.
Okay. I do have a specific question, just looking at the AP curriculum, because obviously it's different than the standard curriculum. So we have kids already who are doing the AP Hug or AP Human Geo and then AP World freshman, sophomore year.
Yep.
How do we add all these econ concepts to those classes that are already, I was just looking at we do pretty well, our kids do pretty well in those tests, but I'm assuming they're very, very busy.
let Kendra tackle that.
So a lot of what we talk about, like some of the examples I gave you are similar examples what we would use in like our AP Human Geography class and examples that we would use in our Human Geography class that all freshmen take. So the example I posed at first about like the potatoes and the French fries, all of our students would look at something like that. It's just the depth in which they are going to go about it, or the like number of graphs or the number of sources that they may look at is going to be different, but they're all going to look at those same concepts. Same thing in AP World History. Many of the examples that Chris talked about were examples that are used in our World History classes as well as our AP classes. It's just the depth in which they are done. So like the DBQ that Chris showed usually has 7 documents in it for our AP courses. That might only have 5 for our World History courses for other students to take. And again, it's just that depth piece, but they're getting those same concepts and ideas.
I can share too, Kelly, that both in all of our courses, Steve referenced AP US History and the 7 themes. Economics is one of the themes within AP US History. AP World History, economics again, one of the themes. So in both the AP course and the regular course, that economics strand is still there. To Kendra's point, it's the depth at which they are diving into that concept in regular that might look a little bit different.
Well, I'm just trying to understand too with the non-AP students, the proposal is to expand the length of world history to allow room to incorporate the concepts of economics. But for our AP students, we don't have any capacity. No, they're already doing a year of each, but where is the capacity in those classes to incorporate the econ concepts? They're already packed into 2 years of AP social studies. How does econ come into? It's
already there. So I think that's the piece, right? So like, and Steve, I don't know if you want to speak to that. So Steve I'm going to let Steve talk, but can I just say one thing before I let you talk? Okay, so Steve made my day. So we had this, right, really big meeting, and we are hashing, like, right, because I think one of the big things, and I hope you know this about us, right, like, we are not going to set your kids up to fail. Like, none of us are going to make a decision that we think is, like, setting up kids in this district to fail. And so we were grappling with this, and Steve that night sent me an email, and he said, I just want you to know I went through all of my course, all of the economic standards. This is before we did any course revision, and said, like, I'm hitting on all of them. I've got them all. So in many of our courses, we're already doing this. The work is around, again, like ensuring we're dotting our T's, crossing our I's. The work is around ensuring that it's truly integrated around the units of study that we believe are of most value, because the standards used to be much more content-driven versus now they're skills-driven. But in a lot of our courses, those econ standards were already there. Do you want to speak now? Sorry. And if I stole all your thunder on that?
No.
My bad.
I agree.
Done.
No, whether it's regular U.S. history or it's AP U.S. history, there's economics that's embedded in there that we're studying, and I can tie that to the economic standards. There are a couple in econ that are very specialized, which I would have a difficult time in my fast-paced AP US history class where we're going through 300 years of American history and being able to spend a week or 3 days on a couple of the standards. I'm assuming with personal finance that they would be able to address those couple standards. But the rest of them, I can pick out different times where we focus on that, we read about it, it's embedded in documents and DBQs, in some of the short answer questions we have, arguments, for and against, different developments, in terms of addressing economic conflict and struggles. And I can show you the content that we're studying, and how that's applied. So I think that, I'm pretty confident that most of the standards, except for a couple, we address in U.S. history. And to say that we're going to cut something to add that, I would say that we wouldn't have to do that. And I can demonstrate that.
And I would add also, like, some of the same concepts, like obviously we learn about the development of capitalism in world history. And then when Steve has students their junior year, they're going to learn more about capitalism in U.S. history. And the repeated exposure of learning about those terms and that content, not just once, but multiple times, is what's going to lead to, I think, the greatest level of deep learning and true comprehension that's going to actually be transferable, like, in their lives. When we have a course, as we've all had courses before, we have a survey course on something, it's a semester long, we learn concepts, we take a test, right? That's not how we truly learn something in a meaningful way that's going to be important to us in our lives. And so I would suggest that for those reasons, and others that have been stated, that this is the way we should do it.
Kelly, I would add one more piece in that our number one rationale is not around like infusion of the economics. Again, the standards demand that of us, but like we've now shared, that's happening. Our number one rationale is this piece, which is that those students who aren't electing to take AP World History are taking a semester-long world history class and then choosing a different elective. That does not guarantee the literacy development that we are identifying as a need in our system. And so by extending it to a year-long world history class, we can ensure that these standards, which are literacy-based standards, are taught explicitly. Students get reps and feedback around them, and they're getting them their sophomore year, which is a year before they take that ACT test, which is a measure of all of these things. So that is, I would say, hands down, when our team looked at this, one of the strongest rationales for wanting to make that course a year-long social studies course. For our students who don't elect that AP, and I do have our numbers if you're curious, but like that's our number one rationale, and then that, so for what that's worth.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure others have questions, so I'll just, and it's late. So the personal finance piece of this, I support completely. It's very, very important. I don't like that some of the trade-offs, between personal finance and absorbing econ into social studies. I hope that at some level these can be separate conversations. I know you mentioned the state, the potential that DPI makes this requirement. I would assume then some econ concepts might perfuse into the personal finance, if it's a year long, depending on what that looks like. So it would be nice to understand that before we walk into something different. I appreciate all the work that you're doing. So I think part of it is my job to just kind of poke holes into, are we doing this the right way? I do recognize that we're one of the few districts that has econ as a standalone requirement. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think these are really important concepts that our kids need to understand. And so when we start to absorb them into other classes, that's where a lot of faith and trust and support, and we need to come back and kind of verify that that's working. Because I don't necessarily want to be doing these things because we just want test scores to go up. I want to be doing them because we really want our kids to get a better education. I am concerned that I don't want to compromise the quality of our AP courses by trying to push so much economics into those two courses that we're penalizing our AP students. And I think that's something that we have to think about, because based on what you're saying, I would assume that our kids who are taking those two AP classes have all the econ concepts already.
Our AP courses, we follow our AP curriculum. So AP College Board gives us what it is that we are required to teach. That is what our teachers follow.
Yeah.
So we don't infuse within our AP curriculum additional like we follow, and again, we can hand you the AP course guides. I think we've done that in past presentations.
Yeah,
for
and
those
we just
courses.
recently approved
The
AP Human
Geography, yeah. So that's
Yeah.
what they stick to. And again, like I was saying earlier, economics is already a principle of those courses, so they're not tweaking, adding, like it's already there. It's already infused.
But there's a whole lot in the economics class that these kids don't know. Otherwise, why are we making these kids take econ? Why are we making the AP freshmen, sophomores take econ?
That's why we're recommending that they don't.
But just speaking from experience, there's a whole lot of new concepts in economics that they don't know. But that's what I'd like to understand more. Like, how do we create capacity for this? Obviously, AP is AP. And then world history, we're talking about a new year-long resource. So we have the year-long AP Human Geography resource that we just adopted. We would be putting a year-long world history resource that would not be shared with AP. That would be different.
Correct. AP is due for one. They'll be coming to you next year.
Okay.
With an AP resource.
So those books are separate. We're finding them separately. So the economics pieces that are infused to that would be our teachers layering that or us layering that on top, because those books are not coordinated in any way.
No. So again, and I'm kind of looking at Steve. So the AP curriculum, because economics is already interwoven within the AP curriculum that is recommended. So I'll use the AP US History textbook or the AP Human Geography textbook that we just adopted. Because economics is already interwoven within that AP course framework, the AP textbook that we adopted, that was I think the #1 textbook that AP recommended, that textbook has principles of economics infused in it. And so I'm looking at you because you've taught the course. So there's not additional layering that, like, again, that we're adding. It's already infused in the textbooks that AP would recommend.
I apologize, Rachel, I'll clarify. I was talking not necessarily about the AP. So if we've got human geography for a year, not AP, and world history for a year, not AP, but we're acquiring those resources separately. So the integration of the economics strands across those 2 years is something that then we're doing. We're going to go and verify that this is here and this is there and this is there.
So both of the resources that we're currently piloting do a fantastic job of aligning to the national standards. And so in both resources, they will tell you this is how it connects to this economic standard. They're at the national level, so they align to the C3 framework, which is very tightly aligned to our state standards. In fact, the state standards right in the beginning tell you that they consulted the national standards. So because most of our textbook vendors are national companies, they don't use local standards to reference, but I'm looking at like McGraw-Hill is what they're piloting right now. Right within their resource, it will say things like, this connects to human geography standard, this connects to economic standards. So no, they're not recreating that, but that is where the heavy lift again for our teams comes in. Once we have the resource, is around, okay, right, I'm gonna put textbooks in front of you that are this thick, right? Our teams then have to look through that and say, okay, what are we putting in front of kids? What are the units of study? How do we ensure that, right, the national standards line up to the state standards? There is some heavy lifting that our team does once we have the resource, but no, they are integrated with economics already in them.
Are there particular economic concepts that you're especially concerned about?
No, I've gone through the standards. I think my concern is that you can pick any number of events to emphasize something like Federal Reserve or socialized healthcare. Any concept that might be relevant. I think there's a benefit in looking at these concepts and reflecting on history, world, national, whatever. I also understand that there's a benefit of studying these concepts in that moment, in those particular events. But then you miss the opportunity to kind of conceptually contemplate the same economic standard for different events in history. So I just, I think there's pros and cons to both. I'm, just really trying to think through where we're headed with this. And, if we're trying to create capacity, or if we're trying to develop competency.
Just to answer your earlier question that you had, we do cover basic economic principles in personal financial planning. We do cover basic economic principles in personal financial planning, as well as the Federal Reserve and things like that. So it is not like brushed off. It's part of our program class as well.
Thank you.
Anything else?
We'll be back.
And again, we're not looking at implementing this next year.
We're looking at the 23-24 school year, so I'll be working with Dr. Cook and the policy committee, because currently this would need to go through a policy change, and then coming to, but again, implementation for 23-24.
Good. Awesome. Thank you for being here so late.
Thank you.
For the presentation, answering all the questions. Yes. Next time you need to be first on the agenda.
Yeah. More than just your Culver's
Next discussion information item, adoption of AP Math textbooks.
Last second shot.
We have Rachel Herman.
yes.
Dan Paczynski. And
Eric Fontaine.
Eric Fontaine. Welcome to tonight's meeting, and we look forward to your presentation. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and we'll try and be short and sweet on this one again. Eric Fontaine, I don't think, when I told him 6 o'clock, planned on starting at 10:37. So Dan and Eric, as well as the AP Calc team, have been busy working through the pilot for their AP Calc textbook adoption, and so I am going to have them take it away from here and talk to you about what they've been doing and what they are recommending.
All right, good evening, everybody. The last we spoke to you was in December. So our team's been hard at work piloting the two textbooks we presented at that time to try to figure out what was best for our students and best for usability, and especially with technology. That was the main piece we needed to really test out, as we knew that would be a part of this adoption. Just to give you a little bit of rationale for why we want to adopt new texts is our old texts are beyond 10 years old, and we want to be in compliance with the AP College Board, make sure that our students have great college texts to work with. We also want to recognize that the AP College Board just redid their framework in the fall of 2020, so we want to keep most up to date with that. So that's the major purpose of the reason behind our want for this adoption. Throughout the whole pilot process, throughout using those two books, we found that both our teachers and students preferred the Calculus AP edition by Larson and Edwards compared to the other textbooks that we did pilot. Eric's here to talk a little bit about the feedback we got from students and, of course, teacher feedback.
Just to echo what Dan said, as we highlighted the two books, you want to go to the other one, actually, the slide of the students? No, forward, one more, yeah, right there. So I think the kids say it here the best. We, as teachers, we found that the Larson integration with the technology was much, much easier. The students, I was able to get every one of my kids up and running within 15 minutes, and they get their first online assignment done in class that day. Just way smoother and much quicker to get through. And it's just after you kids use it for just a few days on this first one, these are some of the comments. My middle one's my favorite one. Said I enjoyed how the online book provided instant feedback while doing homework and had resources such as videos, walkthroughs, and similar problems to guide you through the difficult problems. Allowed me as a student to work through difficult homework without the need to ask the teacher right away. That's coming from a Calc BC kid, which is very, very well written. And he is right, the students always ask me, are there extra problems that we can do? With this online resource, they can go in, and if they're struggling with a problem, they can hit like regenerate, and it pumps up different questions with the same concepts and walks them through step by step. And through each text section in the textbooks, they have QR codes, which leads to videos of a person from the text company doing the problems for the kids online as a video to watch. And then after each chapter, they actually have AP questions, like a little practice AP test from each chapter, so they know what it's going to look like by the time they hit the AP test.
A couple of other benefits we saw with this text in comparison to the other one. While both had correlation to the AP course framework, Eric mentioned the ease of use of technology for our students and the seamless integration between the textbook and the online resource. We're just really easy to navigate. Students also had an opportunity, like you said, to go through and explore those additional AP questions that were at the end of each chapter. And those are huge. That's the major difference. That's really the only difference between what a kid would get as using this text from a college lens or using it as an AP lens. We get extra questions. There's also one additional benefit, I put it at the bottom, is because this textbook is college-based, there are extra chapters at the end of this text that we could leverage with our students after the AP exam is administered to get them prepared for maybe their first units in Calculus 3 at the college level.
And that's what I do. So after the AP test, I go on and go through the next chapter. So when they walk into Calc 3, they're ahead of everybody that's in college ready. So that's one of the reasons we wanted the bigger book that you have right now.
So we are recommending the Larson text as something that we want to adopt moving forward. We want to talk a little bit about professional development that our teachers thought would be most critical for them. The first would be that throughout this summer, we'd want to go through and do some collaborative work sessions with our AP teachers to make sure that the scope and sequence of our course is exactly the way we want it, and definitely matches exactly the way the AP wants it. So that would be the first thing. We do some work sessions. The second thing is that the textbook provider included in the cost helps us update the technology and get our teachers all up to date on anything new that shifts or changes, and enrolls our whole student population. So those are the two things that we thought were most pertinent, and that came directly from the teachers. Speaking of cost, right, we're looking at adopting this under a 6-year license. With this 6-year license, it comes with digital access for all students in addition to the textbook. So students, we found through surveys that we're about 50-50. We talked about this last night. What do students want? Well, some students want textbooks. Some students don't want to carry that big thing around all the time. So with this particular vendor, this gives us the best of both worlds for our students. Projecting our enrollment, you can see those enrollment numbers and how they've changed over the course of the last 4 years. We're looking at around $54,000 for that 6-year license year adoption. That comes out to an average of about $32.50 per student, maybe a little bit more.
Can I just mention with the cost, it's a very rare occasion that a company will throw in the hard copy of a textbook. Normally, that's what you pay for, and the digital licenses are what you, and so this was a win for the system, and that, again, to Dan's point, the student feedback came back 50-50, and the cost differential with, if we didn't want the textbooks, was like minimal. The textbooks were basically like a freebie, so that was really nice.
It used to be the opposite.
It used to be, it's always, it still is with most textbook companies, so it was quite a surprise.
And what that gives us is the opportunity after 6 years, we still have the textbooks. They're still ours. They can't take those away. They can take the digital access of it after that 6 years. So I think it's your turn for questions.
Dr. Piazzik.
Having read the entire book cover to cover, you might actually believe me on this one. Yeah. It actually seems like an excellent resource. So it seems like it's meeting the needs that we have at the right price, and the outcomes look good. So it actually does look like it is a nicely laid out book. I like how the lessons are there and how the that whole AP question component is kind of highlighted, so it's nice,
And
yeah.
the regeneration of questions when kids need more, and that click of your fingers, I didn't know that was there until recently.
And not having access to the digital piece, but that sounds like a really nice addition, so I have no concerns with it.
Anything else? Ms. Roddy?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question here. And forgive me if you've answered this already. I feel like we've been improving a lot of textbooks lately, so if we ask this with a different book, I'm sorry. 6 years, we have the hard copy. If they make changes or revisions, we'll have that access with the online materials?
Correct. Any
So students won't miss out?
Would be online, we'd have access to that.
Okay.
This book was copyrighted in 2018.
Okay.
I wouldn't anticipate it revision quite yet, but we'll see. Hopefully not.
Thank you.
And you said the trend with students is 50/50? Yeah.
Yeah, most kids, we got just really plain feedback. Some kids just don't want to carry a big book.
Right.
That book does cover all of Calc AB, all of Calc BC, and topics in the Calculus 3.
Do you see that changing at all?
Changing the kids' perception of what they want life.
Yeah.
I always like to have a textbook. I thought more kids would like just to have the textbook, but some of them don't want to carry that around.
And my kids, they like the textbook, but only because they just take a picture of it with their phone. They take their phone home when they're doing it. That's what they're doing. I have a pile of books in my room because they take a picture of their phone when they get home.
Which is really cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Anything else? Dan, I saw you at 5:45, and now it's 5:45, and you're as excited now as you were at 5:45, so.
So next month, they will not be back, it'll just be me seeking the approval for them. We're gonna let them take a month off, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
You can have tomorrow off, too.
Well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, have a good night. Last but not least, we have Amy Rebel here this evening to give us an update on key performance indicators and advanced placement. So welcome, Amy.
Hello.
Our communication liaison for data.
Yes, thank you. Let's see if I can get connected to, it's thinking. Oh, there we go. Look at that. All right, well, good evening, everybody. This is the latest I've ever looked at data. I don't know about anybody else, but I do have information on advanced placement at the high school level. Obviously, when we think about advanced placement for our high school students, we think about both the courses as well as the optional test through College Board that the students can take. And we're going to talk about both just briefly tonight, specifically as they relate to our key performance indicator that you adopted back in October. So first of all, just for some context, there are 38 College Board AP courses. In the School District of Waukesha, we offer 26 of those courses. And I did some research with our different districts and reached out to several neighboring districts. I reached out to about 19. And these are the responses I got back as far as the number of courses within AP that they offer. And you can see that we are really strong on that list. So there are just two nearby districts with more AP courses than we have. So just some context for our discussion there. I was pleased to see that we've gone up in the list over the years a little bit. Also for some context, some enrollment trends. These are the number of students enrolling in one or more AP classes since the 2016-17 school year. So you see the school years across the top. On the left side, I have the name of the school with the enrollment
from the first week of school. So I have pulled this data every year at the very beginning of the year, so I did that again this year so the numbers would be comparable. You can see that during the pandemic, we've had some shift in numbers. eAchieve had a higher number last year, to be expected. Our numbers of students at our brick and mortar schools has improved this year, but we have seen some decline, but we've seen declining enrollment at our high school level. So slowly, I mean, our senior class, I believe, is our largest class. So that's to be expected. So that's kind of where we were at the beginning of the year as far as enrollment and how it compares to previous years. So our key performance indicator relates to information about the course, our AP courses. So the key performance indicator you identified was the total number of students enrolled in one or more AP courses and the percentage of students earning a B or better in the course. So this will be our first time looking at those numbers. So this is kind of a good baseline for us for this semester. So at the end of semester 1, there were 1,827 students with one or more AP grades in the system. So those were the total number of students participating in at least one AP class. And as you'll see later with the number of tests that we had, many students participate in more, the number of grades that we had, many students participate in more than one AP class. Whenever possible, we look at the demographic breakdown. So I broke down the students participating in an AP class into the different demographic groups that we look at. 66% of those students taking an AP class are white, 3% are black, 23% are Hispanic, and 5% have an IEP within special education. So one of the things we want to look at with those numbers is, do they mirror our overall high school population? And so within our overall high school population, 65% of our students are white, 6% are black, 22% are Hispanic, and 14% have IEPs. So with our white students and Hispanic students, we're pretty on par, a little bit ahead. Where we still have work to do is with our students who are black and increasing their participation within our AP courses. So that's an area of continued work for us. AVID helps us with that. The work that our counselors do and the work that our teachers do in encouraging students to participate in those courses helps as well, but something we want to continue to look at. So because students many of them take more than one AP class, the easiest way to really look at this data was to go course by course across the district and identify the number of students participating in that particular class and the percent of students receiving a B or above at first semester. Anything with an asterisk means that there were fewer than 10 students participating in that class, and to identify that percent would identify a potential student's grade, and so we want to maintain their privacy. But for classes with participation above 10, I was able to identify the percent scoring a B or above. And you can see a wide variation in those percents across the different courses. One thing to point out is that, for example, with Calc AB, there toward the top, that's the first course, so we have a greater participation in that course, but a lower percentage of students scoring a B or above. The next course, you can see Calc BC, fewer students, but stronger scores. And I would expect to see that. So for many students, that initial course may be a stretch course. And they're getting exposed to that rigorous college level content and rigor, so that's what we want to see. So you'll see that often Physics 1, Physics 2, for example, has the same outcome. So again, this is the first time we've looked at the data in this way. We'll be able to look at it again second semester, in the summer. to see how that compared to first semester. The other piece that we talk about is our trends around testing. So students are not required to take the advanced placement test. They can. We've changed our policy a few years ago, if you recall. A student does not have to take the test in order to get a weighted credit. They do get that weighted credit if they complete the class. So you can see here our trends for AP testing over the past 4 years. So there has, and again, as a reminder, in the spring of 2020, as we did with so many other things, we made a quick pivot to online at-home tests, which caused some students to drop participation in the test. Last year, students weren't sure, how's it going to go? And we did have a combination of paper pencil tests that you could take at school or online tests you could take at school or at home. So we saw fewer students participate in the AP test last year overall. But the percentage in parentheses is the percent of students who scored a 3 or above, which is typically the score that will potentially earn you college credit. And so you can see that we had a strong percentage of students receiving a 3 or above. So we were pleased with that. It's well above the state average. When we look at the class of 2020 across the state of Wisconsin, 26% of students scored a 3 or above. So we're very strong in comparison. So finally, just an update of where we are with advanced placement testing this year. As of right now, we expect to have paper pencil tests as we traditionally did last in May of 2019. Our test window is May 2nd to May 13th. Most students registered during the initial registration deadline in November. And any student who hasn't registered can still do that with a late fee. All of our materials need to be submitted to College Board by March 15th. So I believe the schools have a March 7th deadline for students to complete that late registration if they still need to do that in order to get all the materials put together in time to submit to College Board. So that's coming up soon. What questions do you have?
Mr. Baumgart.
South High School runs pretty high on some of these figures, and I'm wondering if you know if that's evidence of them participating, the two academies participating heavily, or what? I'm just curious.
Yes, so the two academies, any student in the academy who takes an AP class, that's attributed to South.
And are there a lot of them taking AP classes out of, because that's...
But if you, particularly the engineering academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I figured, because their percentage is exceeding the other two normal high schools. Okay.
So the other thing I should remind you about those testing trends, I say this every year and I forgot here, so students there's some confusion with how students are registered for the test. So there are more eAchieve students who participate in the test than are reflected there, but they may be registered through another school, another high school, north, south, west. So it's always slightly misleading, so forgot to remind you of that. So, but they are accounted, all our district students are accounted in either eAchieve or their home high school, depending on how they registered for the test.
Mr. Como?
Yeah, I want to say about maybe 8 or 9 years ago at South, there was a huge push. Maybe Mike was the principal back then. And a huge push to really introduce kids to AP courses. And it was a big effort. And the numbers, once they started putting forth that effort, the numbers really went up because South was like the lowest at the time. And they really put emphasis on that. And I don't know if there's maybe some carryover perhaps from that. Maybe some of the ways that South faculty talks to kids about AP courses has stuck throughout the years? I
think
don't know.
Avid is a big piece of that, and of course, South, Avid is very strong at South, so that is something that they've continued, yes. So there continues to be that push, and a teacher-led push very much. I'm thinking about shortly before the pandemic, sitting in on a presentation with teachers from South, talking about how they were in tune with ensuring that not only were they getting general student participation, but paying attention to those different demographic groups and making sure those students were invited and encouraged. It's that encouragement often that teachers saying, I think you could do this, that often will provide that kind of push for the student.
Very good. Dr. Piazzi.
Thank you. I have 3 quick ones, I think.
Okay, well, best.
I know that when we did the KPI, we were looking at students finishing with a B or better. It would be nice if we could incorporate also the actual test scores, given that not all the students are going to take the tests, but it would be helpful, I don't know, and I'm assuming you have it by class level, because we looked at social studies and physics and all
Yes,
those
so
other
I
things.
have it by class, yes. Yes.
That would be helpful, just to kind of understand what that equates to, because understanding, I'm reflecting on the conversation we had about physics, right? I mean, it's a tough test. That doesn't mean kids couldn't get an A or B in the class and still not score a 3 on the test. Right?
That is a possibility. So I have last year's scores, and then for this current group, whose grades we're looking at right now, we'll have those tests end of summer, or test results end of summer.
And maybe we could consider that for future KPIs, too, just increasing the number of students that are actually hitting that threshold. I have heard from quite a few parents that getting the 3 on the test they're sometimes running into problems when they get to the school.
Yes.
Now, we can't obviously anticipate what every school is going to do or say about the class, but I am wondering if we could at least look at the UW system, because a lot of our students end up in the UW system, and that seems to be where Madison, UW, we're having students who finish an AP class and get a 3 on the exam, and they're being told, nope, you could just get this for general education, you can't apply it to your major. I think it would be helpful to actually advise our students on that, so they understand that, generally speaking, this is how the UW system might look at a 3 in AP Human Geography or something like that.
Mr. Coleman?
Yeah, just on that, I thought it was up to each individual university. I don't know if it was actually set at the whole UW system, unless that's changed.
I don't believe, I'd have to check with the guidance counselor to be sure. I don't believe that there is a UW system-wide.
Like a uniform system, yeah.
I do believe it is individual to the school and to the program in some cases that a student is applying to.
Yep, whether or not it's in their major and.
Yeah, so we do talk with kids about either way, the course is obviously a great experience and a great college preparation activity. The test itself is an experience too that can be beneficial. But we do encourage students, if there's something particular you're really looking at, to investigate that before making the commitment to the test.
Yeah.
So, and those rules have changed in recent years as well. In the time that I've been doing this, I know that there have been some changes that maybe students didn't expect. So, yeah.
And the takeaway is that the universities are actually reviewing the content of the courses and the score and kind of making an informed decision versus just taking it as a blanket.
Well, and also potentially, I can't speak for the universities, but just my own personal experience looking at it from my financial impact as well. So, because if you take enough AP classes, I skipped a year of college.
Yeah.
So, that has an impact on the university.
Well, and maybe you get priority for enrollment or something, or choosing electives. But, the only last point I just wanted to make, and it's not a criticism, it's just an emphasis on, we do have a lot of AP courses, which is fantastic, and I think we should strive to keep those. But as high schoolers are kind of planning their schedules for next year, there's been some communication going out that, hey, these 5 or 6 classes may or may not be offered in your high school. So while we have a good number of them, they're not necessarily accessible to everybody. I understand we're working on trying to make them more accessible, either through remote engagement or, driving between schools and that sort of thing. Seems like it's always kind of the same handful of courses that are hanging by a thread. Have we considered at all, like, alternating years or trying to plan, this is an every other year type course so kids could kind of coordinate, and I'm not trying to tell you to do your job, I'm just curious, like, is there a way to preserve these versus having them fall off all the time?
Good conversation to have. And I can share too that just my conversations with district curriculum folks in other districts as I was gathering this AP information, they too acknowledge that, well, we've got 23 courses, but not everyone runs every year, kind of thing. So it depends on participation and ability to run the course.
I mean, I think we should strive to offer as many as we can, but I understand the financial trade-offs of all of that, so.
Talked about the odd even years, so we haven't necessarily acted on that in terms of a course sequence. We could look at that again. I think every year, to your point, we keep hoping those sections are going to build, and then we have the same sort of combos that we're looking at for our sectioning reports every year. So if it's something systematically, I think T-Now can look at in terms of that odd even year situation too, so.
But thank you for that.
Yeah, good. Anything else for Amy? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy, for being here.
See you next month.
I appreciate it. We are done with discussion information items. Moving on to other business. Anything that any committee members would like to see on a future agenda? See none. This meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone, tonight for participating, your cooperation, involvement. Our next Teaching and Learning Committee meeting will be held on Tuesday, April 5th, 6 p.m. here in the boardroom. Have a good night, everyone, and thank you to all of our Lintome leadership for being here as well for this lengthy meeting. We appreciate it. Thank you, and have a good night.